Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu, Rahayu.
Good
morning, ladies and gentlemen. This thing is Jazz.
Welcome to today's event. Before we start, please all rise for our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Next one is Marsuas.
Perguruan kami, Universitas Nasional yang kami cinta, lahir zaman revolusi, penuh halangan serta
Thank you, everyone. Now you may be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and all participants, both here in Jakarta and joining us virtually, it is an honor to welcome you to
the first international conference on global issues, with the theme of the future of Asia, preparing of global leadership.
This wonderful event organized by Universitas Nasional on the 1st October 2024 in Jakarta, Indonesia.
We're thrilled to have you all here as we embark on discussions that will shape the future of Asia leadership of the global stage. I'm Gabriela Kezia.
And I am Niluh Pinkant. We are honored to be Master of Ceremonies for this event. And to officially begin this conference, we will begin it with prayer. And we deeply honored to invite Dr. Fahrudin Majeri Mangujaya MSE to lead us in Muslim prayer.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This prayer will be conducted in Muslim teaching. To whom that not Muslim can pray according to their faith and teaching. Let's begin with reciting the Al-Fatiha. Al-Fatiha. A'udzu billahi minas syaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dzurriyyatina qurrata a'yunina wa bil muttaqina imama. Ya Allah, in the name of God, the gracious, the most merciful, all praise and thank to Allah, the Lord of Alameen, all mankind, jinn, and that exists, the most gracious, the most merciful, the only owner of the only rule of the judge of the day of resurrection. You are worshipped, we are worship you, and you are alone. We are asked for your help, each of and everything. Guide us to the straight way, the way those whom you have bestowed your grace, not the way those who earn your anger and was on the went astray. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sallam. Rabbika rabbi ijab bi amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fahrudin Majeri Mangujaya MSE, for guiding us in the opening prayer session.
We would like to extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Dr. L. Amri Bermawi Putra MA, Rektor Universitas Nasional, Profesor Dr. Suryono Effendi SA MBA MM, Wakil Rektor 1 Bidang Akademi Kemahasiswaan dan Alumni, Profesor Dr. Andas Eko Sugianto MSc, Wakil Rektor 2 Bidang Administrasi Umum, Keuangan, dan SDM, Profesor Dr. Ernawati Sinaga MS APT, Wakil Rektor 3 Bidang Penelitian, Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, dan Kerjasama. We would like to welcome the esteemed leader of Universitas Nasional warmly. It is a pleasure to have this opportunity with such as distinguished individuals once again.
And also, we would like to extend a warm welcome to our guest speaker for today's event, Dr. Robi Nurhadi, PhD, as the conference chair, Martin Terpilowski as the CEO of Bumi Farta Technology United Kingdom, Professor Dr. Kamarul Nizam Abdullah as a professor in International Studies, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Dato Dr. Nasruddin Mat Isa as a former member of Parliament Malaysia, Professor N.K. Joshi as a professor at Modi Institute of Management and Technology and Dean at Rajasthan Technical University.
Professor Yudi Kristiandi MA, former Indonesia ambassador to Ukraine, Georgia, and Armenia 2017 until 2021. Dr. Muhammad Al-Fatur Rahman, Vice Dean School of Global Studies, Thammasat University, Thailand. Dr. Taufan Kutai Boran, Institute of Area Studies, Lectures, Social Science University of Ankara. Professor Dr. Nur Hamdan, Director, Perkasa Institute. Yulia Miklozik, I'm sorry if I'm not corrected wrong, Second Secretary of Ukraine Embassy in Indonesia. Warmest welcome to all of you. We're glad to have you here.
And also our amazing moderator, Mr. Yuda Akbar Pali, SIP LLM, and Miss Atina Iza, as Hub-In Master of Science.
We would like to extend our gratitude to the media partners and esteemed guests whose assistance was invaluable when making this event succeed. Forum Komunikasi Mahasiswa Hubungan Internasional se-Indonesia or FKM HII, Media Event Group, eventnya mahasiswa, Himpunan Mahasiswa Informatika, Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Ilmu Politik, Komunitas Peradilan Semu, Himpunan Mahasiswa Hukum, Himpunan Mahasiswa Hubungan Internasional Paramadina, Himpunan Mahasiswa Sosiologi, dan Himpunan Mahasiswa Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia.
And now we're pleased to introduce Dr. Robi Nurhadi, PhD, as the chairs of this international conference, also lectures of international relations at Universitas Nasional, to deliver his opening speech. So please welcome him with a big applause, everyone.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for attending to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have seen many failures in the world. The world political system is dying. For example, United Nations resolution were ignored by Israel when the majority of countries in the world suppressed them. Various conflicts, war, and mass murders in the name of a country's national interests continue to occur. So that we can reduce incidents like this, we need to make change. Currently, we also see hunger, unemployment, weakening purchasing power, and backwardness in various parts of the world. This problem will not be resolved by a struggle approach, like between US. The world needs to reformulate its economic models. We also see the strengthening of non-state actors from various groups. They can be opposed to maintain the balance of democracy and prosperity, or they can also be opposed that accelerate destruction from various system failure in the world. They have skills, technology, other resources, and freedom. The answer to their two-action option will be influenced by the example of world leader. We see that the world leaders are not doing well, so world needs change. With nearly 250 participants in this conference, International Conference on Global Issues is expected to provide a new color in global issues. This conference, held in 1 October 2024 in hybrid manner, is a small effort from the National University Universitas Nasional to respond to big problem in the world today. We believe that with the presence, our presence, participation, and great views from all speakers, participants, and all of us, we can start to serve the world that we want to change. Inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Robin Nur Hadi, PhD, for sharing your thoughts and laying out the important themes that will shape our discussion today. Before we move into the next agenda, we will have a photograph session together, and we kindly invite to all the esteemed speakers and distinguished guests to come forward into the stage.
Please be our guest. So the help of the Friends of Media team to take the group sessions photos. Be my guests to all our speakers and distinguished guests to take a pictures in front or maybe our media team will lead how we're going to have a group photo sessions. Please everyone see on the camera. There's no, enggak ada. But it's okay.
Okay, we will count 1, 2, 3.
All the speakers, please see the camera.
Please see the
official camera in front of you. Wait for the media team to arrange. Are we clear? From
Yeah.
another post.
Change into the other pose, please.
You can do a very your own pose. Or be in a
1,
formal way.
2, 3.
Okay, please look at the camera once again. Please smile. 3, 2, 1.
Okay,
Correct? Okay,
Val.
thank you very
Thank you,
much.
everyone. You may have a seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with the parallel paper presentation sessions. Room number 1 will have topics on geopolitics, security, and economy, while room number 2 will focus on energy, environment, and information technology. Kindly follow the direction that provided by our event committee to your options on breakout room. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start our first keynote sessions. We were very honored to have 3 distinguished speakers who will address critical topics on information, technology, security, and investment. To guide us through the session, it is our pleasure to hand over to our esteemed moderator, Mr. Yuda Akbar Pali, SIP LLM, lecturer at Universitas Nasional. Mr. Yuda, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's so serious, yeah, if I have to stand in front of the pulpit. It's pretty serious. How are you today, everyone? Have you had breakfast yet? No? That's so unfortunate. But don't worry, keep strong. Stay there. So good morning, everyone. Distinguished panelist speakers, the Honorable Committee, and also my former lecturers. I saw some of my former lecturers here, and dear audience. So it's a very lovely evening, and my name is Yuda Akbar Pali. So I'm the International Affairs and Human Rights lecturer in Universitas Nasional, and today I'll be serving as your moderator. So, you know, what Dr. Robbie mentions just this morning about how the increasing unemployment and then the declining purchasing powers and so forth is just like showing that this international conference is really timely. Because now we are seeing that the economic power, the political environments, and also the dynamics is really shifting. So it's shifting from the West to Asia. So we have been witnessing this one for the past several years. So it's so inevitability. So from the political front line to the environmental front line, and then from the economy, from the investment, the technology, and so forth. So we could see that Asia has really gained global interest and global attentions on this, especially in the current time of the declining, the so-called American or European influence. So before we get going, I would like to take a few minutes to try to share why we are actually here. So, you know, the Foreign Affairs magazine, in its article back in 2015, they wrote about an article, they call it the Asian New Order. So what they wrote is that they reminded us how the Chinese assertiveness, how the Chinese ambitions is really real, and how the ASEAN solidarity and community is also there, and how also the rights of India. So it might say that Asia is really now at the front stage. And World Economic Forum also noted back in 2019 when they mentions about, they put analogy. They say that in the 19th century, the world was Europeanized. In the 20th century, the world was Americanized. And in this century, the world is Asianized. So it's just something come up with the real research. Even the World Economic Forum also mentions now, Asia is the home to almost a half populations of the world. And in the next decade, in 2040, the World Economic Forum also argued that the purchasing power and also the global consumption is going to be 40% taken by the Asia, with more than 50% of GDP is coming from Asia. So Asia we could see as the new world's majority. So, ladies and gentlemen, the aim of this international conference is to listen, we're going to discuss, and we're going also to share and also to craft what is actually the strategies to make the Asia as a new global leaderships. So in the next 110 minutes, we will anticipate that each panelist will focus on the SEER themes. So it's going to be technology, it's going to be investment, and it's going to be also about the ASEAN, about the regional infrastructures. So before that, in order to have a smooth and effective discussions, allow me to share the ground rules of this conference. So the first one is the working language of the conference is English. And then the second one is the moderator will manage the flow of the discussions with the predefined time. So each panelist or speaker later will be provided 25 minutes of the presentations. Now, after 3 speakers delivering their presentations, now we're going to have another 30-minute sessions for question and answers. And then, of course, we have some online audience also. So if you are an online audience, you can post your questions in the chat box. Then the committee will help us to pass it, and also we will deliver it to the speakers. Now, this international conference is conducted in the most possible respectful manner. So, distinguished speakers, esteemed audience, now moving along with our sessions. So our first speaker is Mr. Martin Terpilowski, so President, Commissioner, and founder of Bumi Varta Technology. Give you a big applause. So Mr. Terpilowski has lived in Asia for more than 25 years. Wow. Mainly in Tokyo and Hong Kong, where he has held various positions in financial market, private banking, family offices, and the hedge fund space. Now, after setting up his own boutique venture capital business in Singapore in late 2016, Mr. Terpilowski moved to Indonesia during 2018 to focus on his primary investment, Bumi Varta Technology. Now, his focus on funding, partnerships, recruitment, and all other commercial roles. Now, before we have Mr. Terpilowski speaking, now I would like also to invite other distinguished speaker to come on the stage. Is our second speaker is Mr. Dr. Muhammad Kamarul Nizam Abdullah. Big applause, please. So, Professor Nizam is Principal Fellow at the Institute for Malaysia International Studies, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Professor Nizam is also the head of Malaysia-Indonesia Relations at the Institute. He received his PhD from Lancaster University, United Kingdom, Master of Arts in International Relations from the Australian National University, and Bachelor of Science, Political Science from the University of Utah in the United States of America. Now, his areas of research focus on national and regional security, border studies, political violence, terrorism, and conflict studies. Now, at the international level, he has been appointed as non-resident professor at the Jinan University, Guangzhou, China, University Pasundan in Bandung, National Defense College of Timor-Leste, as well as Timor-Leste Institute of Diplomacy. So since 2012, he also country coordinator for the annual International Civilization Dialogue and Religious Understanding Program funded by Japan Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So ladies and gentlemen, let's come to the third speaker, or the last speaker of the first keynote session. So this person is, I think, no need introductions, actually. but I think I need to say that. But it's actually a man with no introduction. So please welcome to Professor Dr. UD. Krishnadi. So, Professor Dr. U.D. Krishnadi was the former Minister of State's Apparatus Empowerment and Bureaucratic Reform back in 2014-2016. So he's a very luminary person in our political stage, including, in addition to his cabinet role, he was also appointed as the Indonesian's ambassador to Ukraine from 2017 and 2021. Now, previously, Professor Krishnandi started his career as a member of People's Consultative Assembly back in 1998 to 1999, and also a member of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia in 2004 and 2009. So, everyone, we have our three speakers in front of us. So we would like to start from Mr. Terpilowski. So, Mr. Terpilowski, it is our pleasure to have your presentations now. Give you a big applause, please.
Asia is known for its diversity, uniqueness, and rich potential. This is evident from the rapid growth in the region over the past few years. To do business in Asia, you need to understand its unique characteristic to make the most of the opportunities. Lokasi Intelligence now serve all of Asia. With our location intelligence technology, we help business with location analysis and determining optimal business locations. Expanding your business reach by considering various location-based factors. Monitoring and tracking your sales performance based on location. Optimizing your field workers' performance with efficient tracking and monitoring. Allocating resources and setting realistic targets by visualizing your business sales area. Managing your business data easily and gaining valuable insights for better decision-making. Discovering market opportunities and potential using location-based data. Gaining complete insights about property asset use through geospatial analysis. Lokasi Intelligence, turning challenge into opportunities. The journey of sustainable growth continues.
Everybody, how are you all today? So we just did a quick show of the video, so people might have some kind of idea what I actually do. I'm not an academic, I'm actually an investor in Indonesia, and this is the company that we founded 6 years ago on October the 8th. So we are a location analytics software company that started with 4 people and now have around 150 people in BSD. And we are now going to take this product to Vietnam and Japan within the next 6 months. So I think, as in size, from a B2B perspective, we are probably the biggest proprietary software maker here. So we make things here. We don't build on top of foreign products. We actually make software in BSD and now looking to export this into other countries. So the concept is that everybody talks location, 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 but what does that actually mean? Indonesia has a huge amount of data, but is that data organized? What we try to do is bring all this kind of data together to allow companies to make better business decisions. So McDonald's use our software to find new locations. SC Johnson use our software to find where they don't currently have coverage for their products. And we also deal with telecom property, BSSN, VPN. So this is just like an overall view of what we do as an organization and why I'm here, because I don't have the expertise, the academic expertise. But from the business perspective, we've grown quite a strong business in Indonesia. I'm not a technologist to an extent, but I'm an investor in technology. And I believe that we can see a lot of opportunity in Indonesia, which needs to be harnessed. And I believe the growth of this country is heavily dependent on the use of technology and actually Indonesia taking ownership of their own products, not being a middleman economy. Everybody talks about, we want to do this locally. How many people actually do it locally? Because the biggest technology companies in this country are total import businesses. So I think there is an opportunity here. Indonesia can build their own products. And I think if you look at China 25 years ago, everything was from the US. Now in China, they make all their own cars, they make their own phones, they make their own TVs. So I think the way for growth within Indonesia, as it has been with China, is skilling up their workforce and building more product actually in the country. And there's various ways I believe that can be done. So I will give you a very short presentation. It is quite short, but I will discuss over the slides. This was only prepared by Miranda yesterday because we were short of time. So yeah, so what do I think about investing in Indonesia? I think as a country the opportunity is huge, but I also think there is many challenges. Some of the challenges being other countries in the region are creating more competitive policies, which is a concern. Vietnam, for example, highly competitive. When I consider opening an office there, the equivalent of BKPM collects me at the airport. They show me where I can get a discounted rent, tax breaks, etc., etc. I'm meeting the BKPM minister tomorrow morning, and I'll be discussing things like this with him. Because there's no reason why countries like Vietnam should have their EV products before Indonesia. And 25% of cars on the road now in Ho Chi Minh City are made in Vietnam, VinFast cars. Now, I think that's got a lot to do with Vietnam is a much younger economy, so it's kind of different to here where it's controlled by, there's far more entrepreneurship still because there's far more people involved in the process. So Asia in general, I do believe, as the gentleman said, this is where the opportunity is going to be. UK, US, Europe, they're not going to grow much beyond where they are today. But of course, still, all the major tech companies, a lot of them are coming out of the US. Why is that? There must be an opportunity for Asia to have more of their own ownership in product, as well as allowing these companies to operate here, which I believe will lead to upskilling. So I believe this gentleman has already explained about myself, but yes, my background in investment banking and working at hedge funds, and I decided to invest here on the recommendation of a few good friends I had, businessmen here, and so far it's been a good decision. We've grown, over 50 clients and 158 people, so it's been a reasonable decision. We are privately financed by myself and my close friends. We don't have venture capital money, and that's allowed us to really focus on the product and not just everything planned for exits. It's given us an opportunity. Oh dear, here we go. Right. Indonesia is by far the largest economy in Southeast Asia. The GDP is big, but the problem remains the GDP per capita remains quite small. So there needs to be, in my opinion, an uplifting of the general population. Again, if we look at China, Jack Ma was a teacher. You look at Vietnam, the man who formed VinFast made his money actually in the Ukraine, in the noodle business, and then sold it to Kraft Heinz. So these are self-made people who then come and lift up their economy. So I think, there's a great deal of opportunity here, but we need to lift the whole population up because GDP growth alone doesn't really tell the whole story. Last Thursday, I spoke at an event organized by some political people where we discussed 8% growth, the dream of Prabowo, 8% growth in Indonesia. How possible is it? Now, I'm not political, and I got invited into a room full of political people to discuss what I thought of 8% growth. It put me in quite a bad position because, you know, there are certain things that I think can be done quite quickly to solve that, which may not work with a lot of the vested interests. You know, quite simply, an overarching SOE is always a struggle in any country in the world. If you have more than 50% of your companies effectively government run, it does have an effect on competitiveness, whether people like it or not. And I didn't like saying this because I was sat next to the president of PLN, which was a bit awkward, but they asked me for my opinion. This is not a political opinion. I strongly believe that to reach 8% growth, there needs to be quite some kind of movement away from a whole SOE community, SOE economy, because your SOEs are in every sector of society, including hotels. I mean, you've got to ask why, because it doesn't really help from a competitive economy point of view. And I think, again, yeah, the per capita GDP is far more important because there needs to be an Indonesian dream. Is there an Indonesian dream? Because every time I have a meeting, I'm having the meeting with the son of somebody. I'm not having a meeting with somebody who's a self-made millionaire. Where are all the self-made millionaires? The VC world here, it's just a group of friends and a small network of people. It doesn't lead to entrepreneurial spirit. Again, looking at Vietnam, since it's only been really a new economy since 1975 after the war, and therefore they don't have oligarchs in the same way that Indonesia does. So there's far more openness to people who come from normal backgrounds, having success and making money. Long term, to get your growth to 8%, to get your growth to the next level, having a country completely controlled by 75 families is slightly problematic. So I believe there's a lot of work has to be gone into increasing GDP, and that's going to need more meritocracy and some very difficult decisions, because vested interests are very strong here, and it's particularly in like the SOE. So I think, you know, this is just an opinion. How can we get to the next level? Because this economy is growing. The digital economy, obviously, rapidly expanding. But again, there's no point in the digital economy expanding if every single company is losing money. There's too much reliance. People are starting companies here just to exit, which I think is another problem in relation to what do we want to achieve. No generational company was ever founded with the whole aim of exiting. And it's got a bit like that now with a lot of the startups I see. That most of the guys who found these companies have made a lot of money and the business is losing money still. And where do we go from here? So I believe there has to be more thought process, and there has to be more investment in things which solve real problems. Not that's just cut and paste copied from China, India, the US, 15-minute grocery deliveries. How sustainable is that really? Because, it hasn't worked in Europe and they don't have an Alpha Mart on every corner. So we need... Right, foreign direct investment. Everyone talks about it. Why do they make it so difficult? That's the question I will be discussing tomorrow morning with the new beekeeper and minister. Why is it so difficult? There's too much red tape, way too much red tape compared to the mix. But again, there's various vested interests that may not necessarily agree with this. Why are the biggest companies not deciding to open here? Because of the red tape and because of the rules. If you allow someone like NVIDIA, Tesla to open up here, it opens up huge amounts of upskilling opportunity, which doesn't exist at the moment. You see on LinkedIn, everybody's ex-GoTo, ex-Grab, That's great, but these are companies that have lost crazy amounts of money. And what kind of skills have people learned? If you can have companies like NVIDIA and Apple, and all these guys actually opening their operations here, and being allowed to open with 100% FDI, like Malaysia will allow them, and like Vietnam will allow them, these guys are not taking your jobs. We've been here a year and a half, and we're the biggest proprietary software company here. So nobody locally is trying to do it. There needs to be an upskilling of the workforce from places like SOEs. How do you get upskilling of the workforce? By bringing in these big corporations so people get to learn from them. This is like every country in the world. Abu Dhabi and Dubai, they brought in foreign engineers to start the process of building all these skyscrapers, etc. It's hard to come from a purely mining economy to a high-tech economy without accepting that you're going to have to let some of these guys come in and be involved in the process. China did it, and then China took it all off them. But this is, I mean, basically, this is the way that all emerging economies get to be a first world economy, really, by upskilling the workforce. How do you upskill the workforce? None of the local oligarchs are choosing to build technology here. They are investing in apps, maybe, but what's the survival chance of a lot of these apps? It is not taking jobs of people to allow these guys to come in with FDI 100%. I think that the upskilling potential from an economic point of view is quite huge. And then also you have these self-made millionaires. You have the guys who succeed. You have the Indonesian dream. I mean, I worked in finance before. It's very leveling. You know, it doesn't matter what your background is. The best people get to the top. And I think, again, you look at the economies that are successful in the world. Why are they successful? 200 years ago, the royal family controlled the UK. Now, 7 of the top 10 richest people were born working class. One of them is a friend of mine, ended up working at a hedge fund, ended up owning a hedge fund. Now he's worth $15 billion. This potential to get from here to there really encourages people to put their effort in, and the real potential to actually achieve something, even if you don't have the famous second name, effectively. Yeah, it's quite obvious. There's a real lack of incentive, and there has been in the past, and I'm hoping there's been a change of ministries in Beekeeper M recently. There is a lack of incentive for foreign companies to move here at the moment. And I don't really understand why, because most of these companies are not, there is no local competitor. So when I came to Indonesia, they gave me 100% FDI because there was no local competitor. I'm a small fish, obviously, but what is blocking these big boys opening in Indonesia? It is, unfortunately, the red tape. So I'm a small player and I face so much red tape. I do everything by the book. I pay my tax here. Most of the unicorns here pay their tax in Singapore. So they don't add anything to the economy. I pay my tax here. I create 150 jobs. I build 100% local content. Why am I, but as a PMA, I still suffer because I have to deal through middlemen to do business with the government, which is often a chaos, to be honest. And so if I'm facing this, do you think people like Elon Musk is going to deal with it? Elon Musk could be like, no, thank you. I don't need to do that in Malaysia, for example. So this economy is far, far bigger than these other economies. Why is it not far, far ahead of them? Because I think the people in the power have enough money already. They don't really need to have more money. And therefore, the concern is, if we have a meritocratic society and we allow these guys to come in, we might not be the kings of the castle anymore. Yeah, I said this last week at a Garindra event. It went very quiet, but they asked me for my opinion, and you need an Indonesian dream. You need to allow companies to come into the country who will upskill, because you're not doing it yourselves. Because I talked to the CEO of the biggest tech company in this country, and he's like, "Oh, how you build this yourself, boss? How?" And I'm thinking, your company's 50 years old, mate. You've got the money to do it. They just don't want to do it because they can get more money as a middleman economy. So I think the middleman economy works if you're to a certain level. But if you want to get to the very top, you want to compete with the big boys, the Chinas, India now, Tata, they have their own companies that export overseas, So I think there's a lot that can be done to make things better. I'm not sure I'll be getting asked back to any more political events to give my views, but we'll see. So, oh God, they're always jumping around. Nope. Right. Yeah, I mean, there's still significant foreign investment in Indonesia, but I just claim there could be a lot more. I mean, Indonesia's been the next big thing for the last 20 years. You know, let's actually make it the next big thing, because why isn't it? Why is it not competing with some of the big boys? You know, there's a lot of reason it should be. So there is foreign investment here, but I believe the amount of foreign investment would increase dramatically with just a few changes to what they actually do. But it's going, I mean, for IKN, for example, IKN requires large foreign investment. And what are the terms like? Because generally foreign investors will not invest, again, coming back to the SOE issue, foreign investors tend not to want to invest in state-owned enterprises, not just here, but anywhere in the world. So I was with the PLN CEO last week. They're looking for a certain amount of money to build nuclear later. And I explained that it's going to be very hard to get one of the big Japanese investors, who some of them I know quite well, to buy into a government-run project. So again, this affects the amount of FDI. It affects the investment in the new capital. How is an investment in the new capital structured? What are the benefits to the investors? You know, so this has got to be thought. You can't just say, oh, we have all these natural resources, people should just come to us, which I've actually heard before, because that's not the approach of the local competitors. So, but you can see there is significant investment still in Indonesia, but I believe that number could be doubled very quickly because obviously all the EV guys would rather be here. They would much rather be here because they're quite right next to their resources. And VinFast is actually opening a factory here as well. So Vietnam now have their own, one of the, you know, I think it's the biggest EV company outside China and the US. So again, a lot more potential to increase these numbers quite dramatically, I think. We do also have an issue with employment, as this gentleman said. Again, it's a structural problem that technology unemployment now is at one of the highest levels it's been for a long time, because there's a huge issue with layoffs in the tech sector. This is again because of, they call it a tech winter. I call it more a bubble, where in the last few years, the salaries paid in the tech sector have dwarfed salaries in other jobs. To an extent was most of those companies were never going to be able to be profitable because of the cost of salaries. But just to give you a clue, I recently applied to get put out an advert for a new CTO, and we had 400 applicants. Many of those applicants are from the unicorns and the soonicorns, because structurally they've overhired and overpaid. And it's very hard for these people now to go back to normal jobs. You know, I mean, the cost, the money has been ludicrous, and it doesn't make sense because you can't pass the cost on to a client in Indonesia, especially not in a B2C marketplace, in the B2C, because margins are so thin anyway in the B2C game. So if you've got 200-300 VPs getting paid 150 million a year, it's obviously you're not going to make money. You don't need to be an economist to work that out, right? So there is a huge oversupply at the moment of high-tech workers, actually. So there needs to be a movement where either the foreign entities come in and soak up these people, or people look at more sustainable business practices. And for me, B2B is far more sustainable because you're solving real problems. B2C is very good for using the population to blow up the valuation. That to me is all that's happened. And again, there's going to be a requirement to bring professionals in, because a lot of the venture capital has been run by people with no previous financial background, which is, again, concerning when you're looking at managing huge amounts of money. Yeah, it comes down to the same thing, you know, it's access to funding. It's a small group of players. It's a boys' network. The same people, it's, you know, 3 times founder, failed 3 times, now I'm on the board at a state-owned enterprise. It happens all the time. There is no accountability for failure. If you're a certain person, this is also concerning for foreign investors, and it doesn't make a lot of sense for helping the economy when the best people are not in the best jobs. You look at all these startups in Indonesia which have raised hundreds of millions of dollars. They are nearly all exclusively from Jakarta International School. They are a group of very good friends. It's kind of playing around with money. You know, do any of them have any background of being successful and making money outside their daddy's business? Very few. So, and then you become an advisor to the government. So I think there's so many smart people in this country that don't have that opportunity. They didn't go to Jakarta International School. They don't speak perfect English. Why are these people not getting the opportunity like others? So again, you know, this is what the American dream has been. This is what's happened in China. You know, China's a communist country, but Jack Ma was a teacher. So there is far more upward mobility and far more access to capital from a far wider group of people than is the case here at the moment. Yeah, the app situation, the government here has 27,000 apps. 27,000. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of going to the head office of Telkom Group. They are very proud of their application. That means it takes you 30 minutes to get into the building. It just takes you 30 minutes to get in the building because you're filling out this. There is still way too many, particularly in the government, too much money being spent on technology that actually is adding inefficiencies, not efficiencies. Because again, there is a lot of, still in the SOE sector, there is a lot of job creation. People are worried about technology because people think technology will take their jobs. So they are creating apps, just apps that really don't need. So effectively, it's just another job, another project, rather than having a roadmap for technology. Okay, I think that's me nearly done anyway. I think I'm being told to get off. Right, last one, yeah. Obviously, I'm in Indonesia. I've invested tens of millions of dollars in Indonesia. I believe Indonesia has huge potential. Huge potential. And I believe that I work with some very smart people who have achieved what people say is not possible and build technology, actually build from the ground up here. But there needs to be more and more government-led. The potential has to be harnessed by the government. There's got to be roadmaps in technology. There's got to be somebody responsible overall for technology. You know, every single government division having different apps that you can't integrate. You know, all these startups, just like raising money and starting a quick app. It's not helping the overall situation for the long-term sustainability of the economy and of particularly the technological economy. So I think that's me, and thank you very much, and God bless Indonesia.
Thank you. Give you a big applause, please. So, Mr. Trapilowskis, thank you so much for your elaborations on that. Well, actually, there are some interesting points that we could take on. From the first is about how his business is actually hiring more than 150 people around that one, and how actually the problems that we have in Indonesian context, most of the being explored was the Indonesian context in terms of how the foreign direct investment is really challenged by the red tape bureaucracy and also the need for the upskilled labor or workforce and so forth. But again, Mr. Trapilowski is also underlining Indonesia is still an important economic player and still promising for the investment. Mr. Trapilowski also underlined about the data. We have a huge amount of data, and how is it well organized? So this is the questions that we have, because we had a leaked data problem a couple of months ago. But of course, if you have any questions, keep it in your heart first, or for you an online audience, you can post your question first, because we are not going to have a question and answer session first, but we're going to listen our second speaker, Professor Nizam. So Professor Nizam is going to elaborate about ASEAN. So how the ASEAN move forwards, and also some challenges and opportunity. So give your big applause to Professor Nizam. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman Person. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers. in this first conference of international on global issue 2024, especially Dr. Robbie were kind very enough to invite me to this conference, and I hope all the best for the conference. Knowledge and content provider for the Malaysian government. Knowledge and content provider for the Malaysian government for our ASEAN Chairmanship next year. So I'd like to kind of share some issues that might interest you, especially for students, researcher on ASEAN community. My focus is basically on one aspect of ASEAN community, which is the ASEAN political security community. And furthermore, I'm more focusing on the rule-based element in the ASEAN political security, that we need to understand that what are the challenges that ASEAN is facing with, with the ideas, not the ideas, we already have the ASEAN community. I think the first speaker talking about the practical side of from the, what we call it, business entity. Okay. So how we look ASEAN as an economic community as a glance, ASEAN economy in terms of GDP is 2.6 trillion, in 2014, and the seventh largest economy in the world, and the third largest in Asia after Japan and China. The population is third largest in the world with 622, and the ASEAN trade, the intra-ASEAN trade is $1 trillion, and the foreign direct investment to ASEAN has attracted about 166 billion $, still small when you compare to other regions. And when you're talking about ASEAN connectivity, we have a kind of 62 million mobility within ASEAN itself. And ASEAN community consists of three integral parts, or pillars. One is the ASEAN economic community. Another one is ASEAN political security, and the third one is ASEAN social cultural community. I'm talking about the ASEAN political security, which is the basis of my area. Though I cannot talk about other area, but the basis of ASEAN community is on economic integrations. Whatever happened, when we are talking about ASEAN as a community, the economic integration must be the pillar of that integrations. Without achieving the economic community, other pillars cannot be achieved, like the political security and social cultural security. So far, ASEAN has been successful relatively in terms of the economic community. We see a lot of tariff reductions, for those in industry. We see a lot of mobility of people in terms of air traffic and all that. We can move from one area to another. At the same time, this is easy to do trades with some limitations among ASEAN countries. So basically, ASEAN has achieved a kind of progress in its economic integrations. But the issue is that, how we move from relatively successful economic integration to another area, which is very, very much challenging, especially on the political security aspect. ASEAN would like to be like what European Union is doing, starting with EEC, European Economic Community, which we have achieved that pace. But whether we can go further for more integrated political, cultural elements in terms of our economic community, I think it is a long way to go, but it is achievable in the near future. So what are the APCS, ASEAN Political, APSC actually, not APCS goals? First is a rule-based, people-oriented, people-centered, which is basically we share some values, norms among ASEAN countries, okay, like democracy and all that. And this is the main challenges, because ASEAN countries itself, exercise different political system. We have an authoritarian, we have a democracy, we have a semi-democracy, we have basically a communist political system. Secondly is that APSC focusing on treaty of mutual legal assistance in criminal matters. This is partly to combat transnational organized crime and also terrorism. And this is an initiations by the Malaysian part. How basically ASEAN countries can cooperate, to bring those who are involved in this transnational, transnational criminal activities that can be transferred for legal purposes to one country to another. Thirdly, is about the human rights, that there must be a respect for and the promotion of human rights. Fourth is women, peace and security, whereby that this is a promotion of women's peace and security agenda, especially in the protections of women's rights. Fourthly is about peaceful, secure and stable region, which is to enhance capacity to respond. And thirdly is on onward-looking community, on especially emphasizing on ASEAN security. What do you mean by an onward-looking community? Is basically ASEAN plays a role in the regional security environment. ASEAN should be the architecture of regional peace and security. And this is why we call it ASEAN centrality. Okay? And the issue now is about one of the major emphases of ASEAN political security is on the rules of law. How are we going to say about the rules of law in the ASEAN, whereby that we have a problem? But let me define what we mean by rules of law in ASEAN. One is about state accountability to the same laws, norms, and regional practices, whereby that every country and also the dialogue partners of ASEAN should adopt a conflict resolution by refraining themselves from the threat or the use of force. And this is the central of ASEAN rules of law. Number 3 is about the good governance, democratization, and human rights to facilitate the economic integrations. Good governance, there must be a transparency, there must be equal treatment of citizenships, whereby you can apply throughout the regions. Fourthly, it's about addressing non-traditional security threats, like transnational organized crimes, terrorism, and all that. And this is where it's very important, because once you have a stable and peace region, you can facilitate, the mobility of people, goods, and money. But here the non-traditional security issue also facing with major challenges in terms of money laundering. And this is where ASEAN countries basically should cooperate with each other in managing the money laundering. And fourthly, on the ASEAN of the rules is unwritten, but this is very much what ASEAN would like to do, is about the centrality of ASEAN in the regional political security architecture. So what do you mean by ASEAN security? So this has been defined by my friend, late Professor Ellen Bavaria from the Philippines. And she said that ASEAN centrality became a key principle in its extra-regional interactions as other states began to recognize the value of ASEAN multilateralist norms and its inclusive win-win approach to conflict management. In security arena, ASEAN become known as a norm entrepreneur, a driver of the consultative and confidence-building measures. Meaning ASEAN should be in the driving seats. ASEAN should be in the broker of the regional affairs. This is what ASEAN centrality is all about. But once having said that, when you're talking about ASEAN centrality, that what is ASEAN political security and what should be the ASEAN community should like, or whether we're going to move forward like other regional community like EU and all that, we are facing, for me, in my opinion, two major challenges. One on the external environment, one on the internal issue that ASEAN is facing with, especially when you're talking about rule-based issue. So what is the number one existing challenges? But before we say talking about issues, let me briefly, talking about the existing challenges. Okay. One is the principle of non-intervention. Okay. It has been, criticized by other countries, by other extra-regional countries like US, European Union, and all that, because non-intervention principle is the key of ASEAN politics, ASEAN economy, even in economy, But it's more so in the ASEAN political diplomacy, because non-intervention principle justify ASEAN members to resist clamor of international collective opinion for not intervening with the other members' countries. So here you can see the problem that you are facing with when you're talking about Myanmar. Second major challenge is the ASEAN way. It's a combination of principle of non-interference and a consensus decision-making. But it's more than non-interference policy of ASEAN. Every decision that ASEAN has to make must be based on consensus decision-making. That's why when ASEAN, during the Cambodian meeting, I forgot what year was that, about 10 years ago, that Cambodia, that the majority of ASEAN countries would like to issue a strong statement against China on the South China Sea. But Cambodia, as part and parcel of China's major ally in Southeast Asia, managed to pressure Phnom Penh not to issue a strong statement on the South China Sea. Okay, because of that, ASEAN cannot come to a kind of resolute decision statement on South China Sea, and for me that the statement itself is very, very soft diplomatically against China. So for Go, if you can say that the non-confrontational start to the situation through direct or indirect measure of restraint, pressure, diplomacy, communicate and trade off. This is what, the ASEAN way. That ASEAN, they have to come up with one voice. And some issues that ASEAN face with might, lead to others specific as a kind of an organization with a very disunited kind of decision-making process. Third challenges for me is about regional process of nationhood. Okay? And this is, I think, a kind of unfinished statehood process, especially on the border management, that some countries, especially Indonesia and Malaysia, are facing with. It depended kind of effective coordinations and cooperation in dealing with non-traditional security issues. And this is what Malaysia and Thailand, for sometimes, we are having problems in terms of coordinated border, because previously we have a problems with our defined border area, and this lead to a kind of the influx of migrants, some transnational economic activities. But at least now we have a general border committee between Malaysia and Thailand, RBC, and also with GBC, Malindo. And ASEAN, so far will try to use the rule-based law in terms of dealing with the border problems. For example, Malaysia and Indonesia, decided to go to ICJ. Malaysia and Singapore also went to ICJ to decide on the Pedra Blanca problems. But there are some deadlocks. Thailand and Cambodia still have problems along the border in the Vinaya Temple. And Malaysia and Philippines still have problems on the Philippines claim over Sabah. And this issue never been settled. And I think it's a problematic because the Sabah issue is very sensitive in Philippines, and Filipinos politicians are basically harping on the issue, especially during the election period. And furthermore, the Filipinos government, questions the authenticity of the legal document that was signed between the Brunei government and also the British government during the colonial period. And I think the apex of this issue when the Sulu Sultanate Army decided to invade Sabah some years ago, and where we call it Lahad Datu invasions, and this led to a kind of declarations of security area in the eastern Sabah. And finally, some deadlocks about the nationhood issue is on the Malaysia-Indonesia over Ambalat. And this is a very sensitive issue, especially in Indonesia. There are two issues on rule-based mechanism that ASEAN is facing with. The external one is managing China. This is basically testing ASEAN unity, ASEAN centrality in managing China. Because there are diverse views, and for me that there are two blocks within ASEAN that try to come to the term how to manage ASEAN, how to manage China. But most of the ASEAN countries are using hedging positions on China, because we cannot afford to side with either with Washington or Beijing. Both are important to ASEAN. Washington because of the long-term relationships, and Beijing because of the economic interests. And furthermore, that for ASEAN countries, China is providing a big market to ASEAN economies. And China never been a kind of colonizer, and we didn't have a kind of history whereby that China invaded Southeast Asian countries. But having a kind of determined China with a kind of very very economically confident China, ASEAN has a kind of uphill task, to deal with China. So far, we look China from the Western threat perception, you know. So the West always look China as a threat, but ASEAN countries look China both way, as a threat and opportunities. You know, that's why we always talking about, okay, hedging policy is on how we should manage China. Okay, and dealing with South China Sea is basically very difficult because we have a code of conduct between ASEAN countries and China, but at the same time, you know, China is doing another lucid approach of, you know, persuading other ASEAN countries to solve the South China Sea bilaterally. And China is doing, you know, using diplomatic approach of Belt and Road Initiative, you know, to give a kind of, for me, it's a corruption from China, you know, giving economic assistance with some trade. So China is so far managed to break ASEAN consensus on decision making, and for me that China is using Cambodia and Myanmar as its regional allies to bankrupt this ASEAN unity. Another problem is, the final one is Myanmar human rights. And this is the issue of rule-based. ASEAN talking about rule-based, governance, good governance, human rights and all that. But at the backyard of ASEAN is basically Myanmar. You know? So Myanmar issue is basically testing ASEAN positions on the rule of law. What are the legal mechanisms that we should persuade ASEAN, should persuade Myanmar on this issue? And we, nearly every countries in Southeast Asia are affected by Myanmar in terms of the refugees. So how to limit the process? Because basically Myanmar, you know, is also supported by other powers, especially China. So in conclusion, what I can say is that, number one, ASEAN should consolidate its political positions as a united and respected regional organizations. It's a major challenge for ASEAN to develop a kind of united political security community, especially on the issue of rule-based. ASEAN has been successful on economic integrations, but this is a kind of a litmus test for ASEAN. To what extent ASEAN can go further in terms of the political security, especially we dealing with two major issues, China and Myanmar. So ASEAN should communicating effectively, convincingly with the great powers, especially during the regional dialogue, pushing Myanmar passionately but firmly for democratic change. It's very interesting that for ASEAN, we can accept new members, but we cannot kick out members. And this is the process that basically very difficult for ASEAN. And finally, for me, that rule-based law should be a fundamental, but nonetheless, non-intervention policy and consensus decision-making process need to be reviewed. I think on that note, it's very general presentation for 20 minutes. I mean, I cannot deal with the issue, you know, deeply. So thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give you a big applause. Thank you so much, Professor Nizam. So it's very interesting how Professor Nizam outlined some of the important points related with the ASEAN community. I think it was back in 20 years ago. It was in 2003, I think in Bali Concord. That was how the stepping stone of the community. There were some notes also about how we move from the community to be a better region. But of course, ASEAN is pretty successful because until now, there is no ASEAN successful in preventing open war, yeah, quote unquote, in this region. So thank you so much, Professor Nizam. Now we are going to have our last speaker, Ambassador Professor Yudi Krishnandi. So Professor Krisnandi will be speaking about the relations between Indonesia and Ukraine, and also how Ukraine become the window of Europe, and also how probably they attract the Ukrainian investment to Indonesia. So the floor is yours, Professor Krisnandi. Give you a big applause, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thanks to the organizer, especially Dr. Robi Nur Hadi, as the head of the Center of the Research and Development University, National University. I would like to warmly gratitude and thanks to the previous speaker in this seminar, Mr. Tenponsky, Professor Nazar, and of course, the great moderator today is Dr. Yuda Akbar. Thanks. And all of the audience, especially the lecturer, Civility of Academy, and our lovely student of International Studies, Universitas Nasional. Thanks for coming and being here with us. We already hear from the previous speaker, very interesting topic on the international point of view, starting with the how the outsider or the foreigners, Mr. Terpolsky, look at to the Indonesian business environment. It's very useful for us, especially for me, and I think Mr. Terpolsky also already talked with the Indonesian politician, how he feel the business environment in Indonesia. This is the good lesson learned to us to create the better circumstances, the better environment for the business and investment for coming to Indonesia. Without foreign direct investment, Indonesia will not have speed up our economic development to the highest growth that we expect, like President Prabowo expect about 8% a year. But I'm sure that the point of view on the Indonesian business circumstances right now, it will be restored, and we have to do the better situation on this. And the second previous speaker talked about the perspective of ASEAN, how the strong spirit of the ASEAN, how the principle of ASEAN. This is the best lesson learned to the world, not only for Indonesia, how the region to create the establishment, to create the togetherness for being together forward to grow the economic in the region. This principle of ASEAN had not haven't by some countries in Europe, especially in Ukraine. That's why maybe I don't know yet what kind of the reason for Mr. Robi to invite me to talk about the micro topic among the big topic, the environment of business and the ASEAN principle. But maybe because how much to love National University for Ukraine, because of that's why he invited the former ambassador Indonesia in Ukraine for being here together with you to share my experience and my point of view, what kind of the investment prospect for Indonesia and also for Ukraine, the both sides. Before to the topic, I would like to a little bit introduce. Where is Ukraine? This is Ukraine. Ukraine in the center of Europe, the Eastern Europe. Ukraine is one of the biggest country in the center Eastern Europe after Russia. Comparing with Russia, with 17,250,000 kilometers square, Ukraine is small. Ukraine is only, it's about 600,035 something kilometers square. It's very small. The question is why? The small of Ukraine occupied and trying to occupy it all with the biggest country like Russia. So we will start from the history. Comparing with Indonesian territory, our territory in Indonesia have 2 million kilometers square. Ukraine is too small. If you imagine how big the Ukraine is to look like the Javanese island plus Bali plus Madura. That's Ukraine. 635 kilometers square something. The people who live in Ukraine, it's about, right now, after the war, in the census of 2024, it's about 34 million of people. Before the war, before 24th of February 2022, it's about 45 million of people. Now they are went to some country around, like around Ukraine. You can see Moldova, Hungary, Poland, but not to Belarus, because Belarus is the alliance attacking Ukraine with Russia. This is the flag of Ukraine. This is how beautiful Ukraine. Yulia, as representative of Ukraine embassy in Jakarta, being here with us. He's a representative of the ambassador. The ambassador of Ukraine, Mr. Fasil Hamianin, cannot come because he should attend at the inauguration of the new member of parliament in Senayan. I think we go to the next.
Organizing committee,
the other slide presentation, please.
Would you please help to use in the slide mode?
Okay, I would like to tell you about the Ukraine Economy Indicator 2024. Look to the GDP nominal, US dollar 197.8 billion. How can you compare with Indonesia with 1.4 trillion US dollar? You can see this. And the GDP per capita US dollar 6,380. Comparing with Indonesia, it's a little bit higher than our country. It's to the middle income. GDP growth after the war, at the end of 2022, minus 29. You can see how Ukraine can deal with the situation, and it's become positive 5% on 2023, and it's around in this semester, it's plus 3.2% on 2024. You can imagine, if the situation normal and stable in Ukraine, and there is no war, the economic growth in Ukraine is so good. The GDP nominal, you can see this. And look at the coefficient Gini, 25.6. It's low inequality between the richest and the poorest. Comparing with our coefficient Gini in Indonesia, it's about 30 point something. We are a little bit higher. Comparing with any other Eastern Europe, ex-Soviet Union, Ukraine have a good economic circumstances growth. Human Development Index in Ukraine 0.334. It's a middle high. That's an average good. You can see the ethnic group. Majority is Ukrainian. This is the new information maybe for the international relations studies, the student. You look at to the ethnic group and religion in Ukraine. Ukraine majority are Christian Orthodox, have no religion. Muslim is about 1%, 1.7 is Muslim and other. And Ukrainian Ukrainian people originally is the most ethnic group, the biggest, 78, and Russian 17. A lot of Russian people live in Crimea. That's why Crimea occupied very easily by the Russia in 2014. And how about the Donbas? Why Russian back up the rebellion in Donbas? Because in Donbas, Luhansk, and Donetsk, the most eastern part of the Ukraine, whose the border very close with the Russia, is mostly Russian people originally there. They're supporting the Russian. See the short brief of the history of Ukraine. Ukraine established since the 9th century under the state of Kievan Rus. At the 13th century, by Mongol invasion, come to Ukraine. If you look at and read easily the history of Ukraine, the establishment of Ukraine since the 8th century, broken by the coming of the first Tsar dynasty, the Rurik dynasty, with his prince of OLEH, come and take over the Kievan Rus in Ukraine. That's the start of the conflict, the long history of conflict between Ukraine and Russia. During the 600 years, the rival regional happened in Ukraine: Polish-Lithuanian invasion, Commonwealth, Austrian Empire, Ottoman Empire, Tsardom of Russia, Cossack Heminate, and the Russian Empire, till the beginning of the Bolshevik Revolution. And this is the modern of a Ukraine state. As you know that, regarding the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917, only a year, Ukraine announced the first Ukraine People Republic, the modern republic split from the Tsardom of Russia. And only 1 year. Then after that, Ukraine joining with the USSR under the Uni-Soviet at the time in 1922. Until the end of the Soviet era, end of 1990, then Ukraine declared the independence of Ukraine as the modern state in 24th of February 1991. The effect of the Russian war in Ukraine. The findings show that the action of the combatant Russia exacerbated inflationary pressure in many European countries and its impact to the lack of food, the hike of price in oil, which negatively affected countries that were in the conflict. You can see the effect of Russian war here. Wars often cause immense economic damage in war site. The capital stock, which comprise economic assets such as machinery and building, is destroyed. At the same time, economic output on our average fall by 30%, and inflation rise by about 15% point over 5 years. Ukraine's state budget has come under severe pressure due to the war. Tax revenue has fallen in 2022 and somewhat recovered in 2023. Increased financing need were covered in part by financial support from international partners and for the rest by running sizable fiscal deficit. It's not good for the economy of Ukraine during the war. Even Ukraine can recover in some years during the war till 2024. This is also the effect of the war. Higher price for commodities like food and energy will push up inflation further, in turn eroding the value of income and weighting of demand. To neighboring economies in particular will grapple with disrupted trade, supply chain, and remittance, as well as an historic surge in the refugee flow. The suffering is not felt by Ukraine only, but also in Russia. But in this moment, we are not talking about how it's happened in Russia, but we are focusing in Ukraine related to the Indonesian relation. Look at to these communities. More than 60% of Ukraine export component to Indonesia are wheat, because our climate cannot produce wheat. Till the end of the world, we still cannot do it. So we depend on the country who have producing of wheat, like a Canada maybe, like a Australia, and some any other country in Europe. And more than 60% of Ukraine export component to Indonesia are palm oil. Indonesia export palm oil to Ukraine. 5 main commodities exported regarding our focus on the opportunity of investment both sides of the country. So look at the 5 main commodities exported from Indonesia to Ukraine. From Indonesia, animal or vegetable fat and oil and their derivative. It's the same with the palm oil and its derivative. Paper and paperboard and their derivative. Footwear, rubber, tobacco. And 5 main commodities export from Ukraine to Indonesia. First is cereal, all the production and derivative from the wheat, cereal, iron and steel, sugar and confectionery products, milling industries product, optical product. Investment prospect both sides. This is my conclusion. If look at to the table on the growth of economic cooperation and trade between Indonesia and Ukraine since 2016 to 2024, first stage it increasing from hundreds of million to 1.2 billion US dollar, both side trading, investment, and all any activities of economic during 5 years until 2021. But of course, the impact and effect of the war, it decreasing the economic activity and it decreasing the trade and economic cooperation and decreasing our income for the both sides. Look at to the data, Indonesia still deficit facing Ukraine. Ukraine more get from the excess of value, the advantage from its export, because Indonesia more import the cereal and its commodity from Ukraine, and Ukraine less import from the commodities of Indonesia. We are the position of deficit. Look at to the prospect, the both sides, which we can engage for the future after the war or during the new normal of the war. Indonesia investment prospect in Ukraine, first in the sector of agriculture, wheat, sunflower, cereal that we never can produce it. Second, military armament product sector. It's very interesting to explain you why I put this sector to the second priority, but it's not time to explain, but this is very interesting. Like drone, combat vehicle, artillery, 3, information technology sector. As you know that Ukraine have more, 500,000 expert people in the IT. For construction sector, Ukraine need collaboration with any other countries after the war to restore the countries in the energy sector, property sector, in all of the facilities in Ukraine who need the collaboration with any other countries. That's why the construction sector is very prospective in Ukraine. 5, energy and electricity sector. 6, pharmaceutical sector. We can get inside there. And Ukraine investment prospect in Indonesia, first, of course, tourism sector. As you know that now the Ukrainian people who live in Bali come and go, it's more than 12,000 of people. but little bit more Russian, more than 30,000 of people. This is good to enhance, to develop and offering the tourism sector for collaborate for the investment prospect. Secondly, agricultural industry sector, of course, Indonesia create more food and agriculture industry needs more technology to touch it. Three, marine and industry sector, mining industry sector, five, plantation industry sector, palm oil, coffee and tea, and renewable energy sector. If we invite the investor from Ukraine, we can offer these five sectors to invest in Indonesia. But if Indonesian businessmen want to invest in Ukraine, you can look at to the sixth sector that interesting. We get money from Ukraine. This is the little point of view that I can share with you about Ukraine. I hope all of the students regarding all of the lecture and all of the CVT Academy of University National still love to Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Professor Yudi Krishnandi. So, you know, this is the reasons why we invited Professor Krishnandi as a seasoned politician, as an experience also as ambassador. So he provided deep dive knowledge on the Ukraine. So thank you. So, audience and ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the questions and answer session. So I'm hoping that our committee is also taking some of the questions probably online from the online audience, but we would like to start from the offline audience or in-person audience that are here. So the first term is going to be three first questions. Please raise your hand and then provide concise questions. Ya, pertanyaannya singkat. And then you go to the persons, or you can name the speaker or the panelists that you wish to answer your questions. All right? So please raise your hand, and three questions from the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya Ibu Dodi Syahbudin. I like to raise my question to Mr. Stetskapowski. I think I agree with you that you give a big picture of economic development in Indonesia, economic growth, the foreign direct investment, why it is so difficult to invite investors to Indonesia compared to Singapore. So the big picture, you show that in one side, you mention how potentials are Indonesia. All the presidents are bluffing, boasting, how great are the country, how rich are we, but the political will is not there, you know. I can see, the point is that we have the mental mindset, you know, that we have to change. We have to think faster, you know. We usually walk slowly but safe. But now we walk slowly but not safe. That is the problem. And you mentioned about the real problems that you mentioned are also the problems that we also everybody talk in this country, but we don't talk it in the media. Yeah. That is full of red tapes, full of bureaucracy, no effectiveness, lack of coordination. You have an under tape, what is that, something like that, you know?
Can't possibly comment.
Yeah. That is what people talk every day, you know? And that is, according to me, the failure of the government. Number one is that the
in relation to big foreign investment. And the big problems are the big C, corruption,
That answer questions, yeah? But also the second question is about Myanmar political conditions. So, Professor Nizam.
I wish I have an answer to that. But I think Myanmar is basically a kind of, it's a major embarrassment to ASEAN. We have two issues on Myanmar. Two separate issues. One is about the democracy, and another one is about the refugee problems. You know, when you're talking about refugee problems, especially on the issue of Rohingyas, you know, Myanmar's government got a full support from the people, especially the Buddhists. So there's no question about it. You know, but when talking about democracy, and this is the problems that we're having with, but these two issues are basically, you know, part and parcel of the problem with Myanmar. But we need to address this issue differently because of the dynamics of the issue. So when you're talking about democracy, there has been a long movement by the Myanmarese diaspora and also the political exile in Chiang Mai. I was involved in the Myanmar project with the German foundations on the issue of democracy that we are dealing with before Aung San Suu Kyi became the foreign minister. But basically when he became the foreign minister, he was kind of let down. Because I think Suu Kyi could not decide on the issue of refugees. But there was we set aside on that particular issue. But there are a lot of movements in Chiang Mai and all over Europe that supporting the democratization movement in Myanmar. But at the same time, we have issues on Rohingyas, ethnic discriminations, which is basically become a separate issue. Now, because Myanmar had a full local support, and this is problematic. It got a pressure from the international regional community, but when you have a support internally, as if that is legally, that Myanmar government is doing the good thing about the refugee issue. So there's no point for them to respond on Rohingyas or on the refugees, because they are in the united front on that. So that's why I said difficult, because we have two issues, separate issue, which for me that ASEAN needs to deal it. We cannot talk about democratizations because these non-intervention issues, but we can talk about refugees. Because this is not an internal problem, but part and a parcel of regional issues.
Right.
That I think I can answer from that perspective.
Thank you, Professor Nizam. Thank you so much. All right. So the last questions to Professor Yudi Krisnandi, straightforward. How to stop the war?
Thank you, Ibu Dodi Syahbudi. To throw this question to me, it should be dedicated to Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ibu Retno, to answer this, or to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Guterres. But allow me to share my point of view, how Indonesia have a rule to stop the war. Indonesia have a good relation, basically from the historical relation among Russia and also with the Ukraine. During the USSR, only one, the representative from the USSR, who rise and ask about the Indonesian question in the United Nations on the February 1946. And the representative from Ukraine, this under the Soviet Union, open mind all of the world that a country, namely Indonesia, occupied by the Dutch and any other country to support the colonialism. And then the word no, where is Indonesia? That is Ukraine legacy to our diplomatic history. And then during the hard situation Indonesia to defend our independence, Russia, at the time named USSR, support the submarine Kilo to Indonesia, and at the time to be the deterrent factor who can avoid the big war with the Dutch in the Arafuru and the Irian Jaya at the time, and then support of their military equipment that Indonesia need at the time. And the first President Sukarno, when visited USSR, meeting with Nikita Khrushchev in 1961 around, it's very, very close. And the first visit of the President of Ukraine after the new modern era of independence to Indonesia, 1996, it was Leonid Kuchma meeting with the former President Suharto at the time. And the second visit of the fifth President of Ukraine to Indonesia during the Jokowi era in 2016 in August was Petro Poroshenko. So Indonesia have a good historical relation with both of the country. Our rule should be a bridge of peace. Our rule can take a moment to have talk deeply and closely with the Putin, if we want. like already did by coming President Prabowo. And President Prabowo also met with the Zelensky in the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore this year. So what we need now to stop the war between Ukraine and Russia, they need the third party. They don't trust to the Europe, especially Russia don't trust to the Europe. And maybe also Ukraine need another country to be a bridge for this peace. During the war, I have visited Ukraine for 2 times, in last September 2022 and this August 2024. And thanks God, the capital city of Kiev and around, it's safe. God's blessing the Ukraine. The war now still happen at the eastern of the Ukraine, in the Donbass, of course, some in the West Zaporozhye and in Kherson, but it's not look like so terrible in the Gaza and Lebanon. In my opinion, Putin has already thrown the signal to talk again for diplomatic way, and this what Indonesian has couched, should be couched this moment to be a bridge of peace between 2 countries and other part of conflict in the world. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you so much. Give you a big applause. So everyone, I think, thank you so much for all of the speakers. So unfortunately, we don't have luxury of time because the time is already up for the first sessions, for this keynote. So I'm not trying to take the summary of all discussion because I think we have learned so much. We have gained a lot of information from our distinguished panelists. So on behalf of the committee, we would like to say our gratitude for all the panels. Thank you so much for the discussions, for the thoughts, for the inspirations also. And also for the audience, thank you so much for your questions and also for your attention. So once again, please give a big applause to our 3 panelists. Thank you so much. So over to you, Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
All right, a huge thank you to amazing Mr. Yuda Akbar Peli for moderating this fantastic session so well. And we also like to say a big thank you to our brilliant speaker for sharing their invaluable insight with us. We'd like to invite the moderator and all the wonderful speakers in our sessions to stage for a group photo and also receive our token from us. The media team, be my guest. We'd like to invite Dr. Robin Nur Hadi for embarking the token to our distinguished speaker. And also, first of all, speakers, we have a token appreciation and also a group photo. Can you stay up the stage? Yes. Can you stay in the stage for a group photo and then receive a token appreciations? Be my guest. So this is the first one will be, please give big applause to Mr. Martin Tapolowski, to our beautiful and wonderful speaker. Please see the camera. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, please give another big applause to our distinguished speaker. And second one, of course, to our Professor Dr. Kamiraluzin Abdullah from Universitas Nasional, received by Ibu Irma. Please take a pictures. Okay. Thank you very much. And see the media team in front. Okay, thank you so much to professors. And last not but least, to Professor UD Chris Nandi will be given by Miss Midzi. Please see the cameras in front. Thank you so much. And also the token of expression. Can also the speakers and the moderator please stay in front to take a group photo? Once more. Yes. Please stay in front. Yeah, with Dr. Robi. Yes. Can all the speaker please in the front? Yeah. You can show the token or certificate if you want to in front of our media team. Please look at the cameras in front of us. All right, please see. Please give a big round of applause to our moderator and our distinguished speaker for today's sessions. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Please give another big applause to our moderator and our speaker today.
Next. Next, we will explore the innovation in green technology, foreign policy, and artificial intelligence in our second session of keynote. And we please invite our moderator for the second session, Ms. Athena Iza S. Hubin, Master of Science, to take the charge of this discussion. Please join us in welcoming Ms. Athena Iza S. Hubin, Master of Science.
Hello, good morning everyone. Welcome to International Conference on Global Issue 2024. Please let me introduce myself first. My name is Athena Iza, and I am very honored to be your moderator today for the second sessions. Thank you all for joining us, and we have an exciting program lineup. And I'm very thrilled to see so many engaged participants here today. A little about myself. I'm a lecturer in International Relations Department, Universitas NASIONAL, and I'm looking forward to guiding our discussions and helping facilitate a dynamic exchange of ideas. Today, we will explore current global issues, and we have a distinguished lineup of speakers who will share their insights, followed and then by Q&A sessions where I encourage all of you to participate. Before we dive in, I'd like to remind everyone to silence their phones and feel free to engage in the chat if you're joining us through online. And to kick things off, I'm excited to introduce our first speaker, Dato Dr. Nasruddin Mat Isa. And it is my great honor to introduce our esteemed speakers today, Dato Dr. Nasruddin Mat Isa. Please, the stage is yours. Welcome. Thank you. Okay. Let me introduce Mr. Dato Nasiruddin Mat Isa first. Yeah. Dato Dr. Nasiruddin is a former deputy president of the Pan-Malaysian Islamic Party or PAS and a former member of parliament in Malaysia. His leadership in Malaysian politics has been marked by his commitment to promoting moderation and peaceful coexistence. Currently, he serves as a global advocate for moderation and interfaith harmony, having formerly led the Global Movement of Moderates, or GMM, an organization dedicated to promoting the concept of wasatiyah, or moderation, as a key principle in Islamic governance and in creating peaceful societies. Beyond his political career, Dr. Nasiruddin is also a respected academic with extensive research and advocacy work in fostering dialogue between different religions and ethnic groups. His expertise on ASEAN's multicultural and multi-religious dynamics has made him a key voice in promoting peace and stability across the region. Today, Dr. Nasiruddin will presenting on the topic evoking models of peaceful coexistence in achieving moderations and building peace and from ASEAN experience. In this presentation, he will share his invaluable insights into how moderation and peaceful coexistence can be successfully fostered within ASEAN. And please, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon. Madam Chair, distinguished guests, professors, academic staff, and dear students, first of all, big gratitude and a big thank you, especially to Dr. Rudy, who invited me to join this conference today, to share a bit of my experience and also a bit of a research that I did compiled with the requirement of the conference. As mentioned in the introduction, the topic that is going to be presented will be evoking models of peaceful coexistence in achieving moderation and building peace in ASEAN experience. When I heard what Professor Nizam has presented a few moments ago, there are quite a number of similarities in the contents that is to be presented and that I've prepared. So in order to save time, and I know that it's already lunchtime, I'm going to skip that in my presentation, but I'm going to focus on the aspect of moderation in handling the international development and international issues that we are all living together now. Now, the conference is called International Conference on Global Issues and the Future of Asia, Preparing for Global Leadership. To prepare Asia for global leadership. I would like to take this opportunity to share a bit of my experience in promoting to deliver a Nigeria and Tunisia. And that is the only Islam that they know, represented by people from Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. When I told them that if you want to handle the issue of Islamophobia, or you want to tackle the issue of Muslims in France, it's high time, at that particular time, for them to shift their view about Islam and Muslim to this part of the world. I told them openly that Malaysia has got handsome number of Muslims. More than 60% of the population in Malaysia are Muslims. And not only Muslim in Indonesia or in Malaysia, but in Indonesia also there are huge and handsome number of Buddhists, Christians, and this is the only place I could say in the world, in this part of the world, Indonesia it be or Malaysia it be, you can see a mosque beside a church beside a temple, another temple beside the Hindu temple, and that Hindu temple beside the Buddhist temple. A view which is quite rare that you can find in any other part of the world. So I told them that it's high time for them to shift that. Look at how Islam has been presented and what peaceful coexistence means in order for us to handle issues which is quite burning, especially in Europe now. And based on that experience and based on that note, that is why I presented the topic today about peaceful coexistence in achieving moderation and how we in Southeast Asia could play that role. I think this part of the world, especially Indonesia and Malaysia, has a lot to play in promoting the idea of moderation, in promoting coexistence, has an answer to the current, chaotic moments and chaotic situation in the world now. But the problem with us, speaking as a Malaysian and majority of those in the hall today being Indonesian, the problem with us is that we don't really take the opportunity to share it to the world. This is where we are lacking, and I congratulate UNAS for this organization. And I just mentioned to Dr. Rudy just now, I would also like to see more of this kind of engagement, especially involving the younger generation in the society. Because you are the people who is going to play a vital and important role in the future, if not now, in promoting peace, in promoting peaceful coexistence, and in promoting moderation. Dr. Nizam, or Professor Nizam, in his presentation mentioned about the ASEAN way. And there was a question just now about Myanmar. How do we handle the issues of Myanmar? One of the aspects of moderation that we apply in ASEAN is the principles of consensus building and policy of non-interference in the domestic, These are the things that I would like to present briefly actually. The ASEAN way, consensus and non-interference, promoting, the second one is promoting cultural and religious diversity. The third one is economic cooperation as a foundation for peace. Number 4 is going to be conflict resolution and mechanism. And the 5th one will be the challenges and opportunities. Now, when you talk about ASEAN way, a bit was already been presented by Professor Nizam. Now, one of the, as I mentioned there, one of the hallmarks of ASEAN's success in maintaining peace in its commitment to consensus-based decision-making. And this approach ensures that all member states have a voice and that decisions reflect a collective agreement which helps prevent the domination of any single nation and promotes a sense of shared responsibility. There is no superiority, the issue of superiority within the members of ASEAN. There's no one country that says that I'm the elder brothers of you. I'm the most supreme among the other members of ASEAN. We all share the same communal, if I could say, communal interests for the benefit of the people in this region. And that is one of the main reasons that I foresee that contributed to the stability, and one of the reasons, if I'm not mistaken, in this whole world that we have not seen any war, big war happening. We have passed some history, but as for now, this word war has never existed in Southeast Asia. Number two, one of the ASEAN way that is very valuable to us, that has contributed and could be learned by the other part of the world, is the principles of non-interference between states. It has its merits, it has its demerits, but the principle of non-interference has developed throughout the years since ASEAN was established, a situation where which one state is able to manage its own interests according to its needs and according to the purpose of the establishment of that particular state. And this is where I think, again, among the few regional cooperation in the world, that the principle of self-determination has granted by the United Nations Charter has been implemented. So these two principles, the ASEAN way has contributed to the peaceful situation in this area, and should be learned, should be taken into consideration by any other blocs in other parts of the world. The second thing, one of the things that I would also like to see in the future of more of this engagement being conducted is how do we maintain peace and security in ASEAN. Number one is through interfaith dialogue. I attended once an interfaith dialogue organized in Bangkok, attended by representatives from all ASEAN members. You can see the Buddhist monk, you can see a representative from the Indian community, from the Hindu community, of course the Imam, and a full other range of participants, how we change ideas and promote the livingness or the living togetherness or the peaceful coexistence through respect among each other. So interfaith dialogue is quite crucial in order to maintain peace and security, and in order also to promote future stable, either it be economy or either it be politics. The second thing in promoting cultural and religious diversity is educational exchange programs. Madam Chair mentioned just now that I once head an organization in Malaysia called the Global Movement of Moderates Foundation. One of the programs that I organized during that period of time was bringing in students from ASEAN. I brought in students from the Philippines, from southern Philippines, Muslim from southern Philippines. Why? Because I want to get them exposed, them being Muslims in the majority Catholic country, in an island called Mindanao, but that will not deny the fact that they could also contribute towards their nation. They could also contribute toward upbringing their society and their people. So I brought them to Malaysia, them being a minority in southern Philippines, in Mindanao, in the heart of war. Let them be exposed to how we, the majority of Muslims, live in Malaysia. And again, we give them exposure. The one that I mentioned to you just now, they were quite surprised, to see how Muslim and non-Muslim were living together. They were quite surprised to see places of worship being built side by side. Throughout my venture and experiences in that global movement of Madrid Foundation, I've been citing an example of the past history, how Muslim and Christian and even the Jews were living together in a period of time called during the Andalusian period in Andalusia in Spain. There is one period of time which is known as La Convivencia in Spanish. That period of time, Muslims were living together with Christians. You know, the king or the rulers of Hispania or Spain at that time were Muslim. But the advisors were from Christian. The medical doctors were Jews. They lived together in that period of time. And because of that peaceful coexistence, because of that livingness together, because of that respect to each other between them, they managed to create a civilization. They managed to come out with knowledge. They managed to create science. They managed to create culture. They managed to create and establish civilization because of that living togetherness of peaceful coexistence. And again, this is what is very much needed in the current modern now. And again, we in Asia have got a lot to offer to the world in as far as that matter is concerned. The next one is conflict resolution. How do we handle issues in Asia? Yeah, ASEAN, we have this organization which is known as the ASEAN Regional Forum. Yeah, the ASEAN Regional Forum provides a platform for dialogue and cooperation on political and security issues, including conflict resolution, through preventive diplomacy and confidence-building measures. The ARF has played a key role in managing potential conflicts in the region. Again, something to be offered to the world. And the second one that we have in Asia that could be offered to the world is the mediation and peace-building efforts. ASEAN has been involved in mediating conflicts both within and outside. Good example will be the southern Philippines. Good example will be in the southern Thailand. You know, despite bombings and killings and revolution going on, but it doesn't really affect the whole of ASEAN. It doesn't really goes beyond border. It was just among themselves, but managed to be curbed by the principles, by the rules and regulation, and by the negotiation by other members of ASEAN. What are the challenges? We have got all the good things, but of course, as we are all aware of, we still manage challenges, but there are also some opportunities. One of the biggest challenges that I foresee in the context of promoting our livingness or our peaceful coexistence is human rights and democracy. It has been touched just now by Professor Nizam and raised by Ibu just now about human rights. The issue in Myanmar is ongoing issues. We in Malaysia, not to mention also in Indonesia, we are facing a lot of this problem of the refugees, creating a lot of issues even with locals, creating unhappiness among the people, so on and so forth. The other challenges that I foresee that is to be handled will be the evolving security threats. And it is not just the traditional threats, about GI or about what other organization that is here in Indonesia that has been banned, taken action upon, but there are also evolving security threats, internet threats, social media threats, information threat, so on and so forth. So the rise of the non-traditional security threat, such as terrorism and cyber attacks, presents new challenges for ASEAN. The organization, that is the ASEAN, will need to adapt its models for peaceful coexistence and moderation to address these evolving threats. I was made to understand that Indonesia is the largest consumer of Facebook. The largest consumer of Facebook to compare with any other part of the world. But how do we make use of that media to promote peace? How do we make use, especially the young ones, do you make use of social media, especially Facebook and other media, to promote peaceful coexistence, livingness together, respect, in whatever belief that you have, it is your right. You can be a Muslim, but that does not mean that you cannot respect your other member of the society who is a Christian, or you can be a Buddhist. That does not stop you from respecting others who believe in whatever that they want to believe. So these are among the issues that I would like to focus on this presentation. The whole paper is here. I will present it, or I'll give it to the organizer, hopefully to be part of my contribution for this international conference. The conclusion will be the need for us, academic it be, youth organization it be, diplomats, politicians, religious leaders, the imam, the pastor, or whoever you are, the need for all those that I've mentioned to amplify the voice of moderation. This is the main contention, this is the main target that should be resulted from whatever conference, from whatever gathering that we have, to amplify the voices of moderation. Because, as for now, the voices which is against moderation, the voices of the extremists, the voices of the fundamentalists, the voices of explosion, the voices of gunshot, the voices of fighting against establishment is much more louder than the voices of moderation. So my conclusion will be the need for us to amplify the voices of moderation. With that note, again, I would like to thank you, Dr. Ruby. I would like to thank you, UNAS. This is my second time attending a conference in UNAS. The first time was online. We were talking about Palestine. Hopefully the participation, and I also mentioned to Dr. Rudy just now, more of this gathering could be organized for us to share our experiences together, inshallah. And thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Datuk Nasruddin Mat Isa, for that insightful presentations. And it has been incredibly enlightening to hear your thoughts on peace, security and moderations. And as there is a saying, if you don't know, you won't love. Yes, so that's like, for example, what he said about Islamophobia. Many people don't know about Islam, so they afraid of Islam, and they thought like Islam is full of terrorisms. And this is very interesting. Okay, so beside Dr. Dato Nasruddin Mat Isa, we have another two presenters that will be with us through online. Yeah, there is Mr. Dr. Tufan Kutaiboran, he's from Turkey, and another presenter is also Prof. N.K. Joshi from India. And it is my pleasure to introduce first, for the second speaker is Dr. Tufan Kutaiboran, who is a lecturer in social science at the University of Ankara. And Dr. Boran holds his PhD from Universitas Gajah Mada, where he specialized in government and politics. Dr. Boran's research focuses on Indonesian foreign policy and the impact of local actors on the foreign policy making process. His scholarly contributions include articles and book chapters on Indonesian foreign policy, which have been published in both English and Turkish. And today, Dr. Boran will be sharing his insights on how an actor constructs other actors' foreign policy from Turkey's Asia a New Initiative, and we are excited to hear his perspectives on this important subject. Without further ado, please join me and welcome Dr. Tufan Kutaiboran.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Hopefully you
Good
can
morning,
hear me, isn't it?
Dr. Tufan. I still cannot hear your voice.
Is it okay? You can hear me right now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, distinguished guests, dear students. It's an honor for me to be here to present my presentation. First of all, thank you very much, Bu Irma, for your invitation as well. Well, I graduated from Indonesia. I mostly work on Indonesian foreign policy and Indonesian politics as well. But today, I would like to offer another perspective to you, which includes Turkey and Indonesia rather than only Indonesia. Today's topic, as you mentioned, is how an actor constructs another actor's foreign policy, which I will try to say when a country try to offer its foreign policy to the global politics, I was thinking that it's also important that how another actor consider that foreign policy so that it should be sensible, it should be have a sense for that actor. So today I will try to explore Turkey's very recent foreign policy orientation towards Asia, which is called Asia Anew Initiative. And even though Turkey has this Asia Anew initiatives towards Asian countries, I was thinking that, okay, Turkey has this foreign policy orientation, but it is also important that how Asian countries or what Asian countries understand from this foreign policy orientation. So today, by using neoclassical realism, I will argue that an actor's ability to pursue a successful foreign policy quite parallels what that policy means for that actor. So here, what actor or promises or offers to the other actor and other actors' foreign policy orientation is essential. So as I mentioned, in 2019, Turkey launched this Asia Anew initiative to build solid and cordial ties with a nation that is Asian rising powers with global political significance rather than just a market for experts. So in this context, the importance of Turkey's Asia Anew initiative for Indonesia is based on, I think, two factors. First, Turkey's technology breakthrough in the defense industry, especially in recent years, has become a driving force in Turkey's development of relationship with Indonesia. Second, of course, the selected president, Prabowo Subianto's foreign policy orientation is really, really important towards global politics, which is consistent with Turkey's Asia Anew initiative. I will also need to I also need to say that why I chose neoclassical realism, because neoclassical realism contends that while states conduct their foreign policies and security policies in part in response to the opportunities and constraints of the international system, their responses are also influenced by unit level factors such as leaders' perceptions, state-society relations, and the makeup of their domestic political regimes and strategic cultures. So here, how international politics is filtered by Prabowo Subianto is pretty important to understand Turkey's Asia Anew initiative towards Indonesia. So first of all, I would like to explore more about Asia Anew initiative, what Asia Anew initiative means. So Turkey, of course, is one of the major nations attempting to broaden its foreign policy goals and outreach through multilateralism and multi-phase perspective in the post-Cold War era. So the movement towards Central Asian countries that emerged following the disintegration of the Soviet Union is one notable illustration of this tendency. Throughout 2000s, Turkey multi-phased strategy effectively brought soft power components to this area in order to steadily grow its influence. Africa and Asia are no longer seen as distant and problematic in Turkey's revised post-Cold War worldview. Instead, they are seen as a prospective partners with whom Turkey may expand its relations in the political and economic spheres, and when the collaboration is needed. And apart from broadening its outreach to Africa, Latin America, and Central Asia, Turkey has developed a novel foreign policy strategy aimed at Asia. Turkey keeps a careful eye on the events in the Asia-Pacific area, which are crucial to maintaining peace and stability, both locally and globally. So within this framework, Turkey promotes bilateral, unilateral, and multilateral initiatives and contents that cooperation rather than polarization is required to address the region's problems. And furthermore, the nation's values the development of the regional initiatives, synergies, as well as their inclusivity and transparency. It became really important for Turkey's foreign policy. So, as I mentioned, Turkey's foreign policy toward Asia, Turkey has formulated a really recent foreign policy approach toward Asia. Turkey closely follows developments in the Asia-Pacific region, which play a significant role in global and regional peace and stability. So in this framework, Turkey argues that the challenges in the region necessitate cooperation rather than the polarization, and supports this relations that I mentioned, like bilateral and unilateral and multilateral. So this Turkey also attaches importance to the transparency and inclusiveness of regional initiatives and the creation of the synergies among them. So I would like to say that to accomplish all of this political aims toward Asia, in 2019, Turkish Foreign Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu introduced Asia NU initiative. This Asia NU initiative seeks to get Turkey more involved in Asia and improve Turkey's ties with the continent. And the Asia Initiative as a vision document seeks to advance high-level collaboration in the numerous domains, including defense, energy, and advanced technology, in addition to trade. So it's a multi-layered foreign policy orientation towards Asia. With the initiative, Turkey hopes to enhance its relations with the nations in the region more methodically and more consistently on the basis of comprehensive strategy, as well as more effectively capitalize on the opportunities presented by the developments in the Asia, as well as the emerging potential for cooperation. So, of course, in this context, Turkey-Indonesian relations were no exception and have also significantly furthered in recent years. Both countries cooperate closely in several international organizations and multilateral forums such as the UN, the OEC, G20, D8, as well as MICTA. Many bilateral relations are thus expected to gain better momentum within the Asian approach, and one of the most awaited is the bilateral Indonesia and Turkey relations, of course, after the Prabowo Subianto's presidency. Um, I explored as well as elaborated what Asia Initiative is towards Asian countries, Asian state. But I think the question that we need to also ask that what this foreign policy orientation means for Asian states. In this case, of course, Indonesia. But before that, I think, has we need to touch a little touch on neoclassical realism. What neoclassical means? How neoclassical realism is relevant to explore or theoretically frame this concept. So basically, neoclassical realists foreign policy analysis stress that foreign policy decisions are made by human beings, political leaders, and elites. Um, and also some people thinking that the foreign policy making process is highly dependent on the perceptions, beliefs, and motivations of the leaders. So also neoclassical argues that it's necessary to mention not only foreign policy and security policy statements of the great powers, but also the foreign policy behavior of regional and small powers, such as, in this context, I consider Turkey and Indonesia are really important rising middle power in their region. So this is also important, and neoclassical realism also relevant to explain their foreign policy steps towards region. And neoclassical realism maintains that all the material components are significant. Systemic pressures must be translated through unit-level variables such as decision makers' perceptions and state structure, domestic political regime, strategic culture, and leaders' perceptions in order for the power capabilities to have an indirect and complex impact on the foreign policy. So in this case, what we need to consider that how Prabowo Subianto's foreign policy orientation will filter Turkey's Asia NU initiative or generally Turkish foreign policy. So in order to make it sense, make Turkish foreign policy sense, we need to elaborate more about Prabowo's I think, perception on foreign policy. So I think leaders' policies often deviate from their goals and missions for a variety of reasons. And like I said, the personal factors seem to matter more than other factors. Additionally, the position of the head of the state, the leader, pemimpin ya, bahasa Indonesianya, is strengthened by Indonesia's presidential system. So in Indonesia, I think the president is one of the main decision makers. I think, in my perception, the leaders' foreign policy orientation in Indonesia is highly influenced the country's foreign policy orientation, and I think, it was like this since the beginning of the republic. So in this case, yes, Prabowo's foreign policy orientation is important to understand how Prabowo built Turkey's Asia NU initiative, or we may say how Prabowo's foreign policy orientation construct Turkey's Asia NU initiative. So we might look at the Prabowo's foreign policy orientation. And I think, like, unlike Jokowi, Prabowo does not seem to be excited about first of all, the Association of the Southeast Asian Nations, the ASEAN, an alliance including 11 countries in Southeast Asia. Well, although Prabowo stressed the value of interacting with the Southeast Asia's neighbors, he did not specifically view ASEAN as a crucial player, as well as the cornerstone of the Indonesian foreign policy. As much as I remember, in his campaign, presidential campaign, which placed a strong emphasis on the national security and defense modernization. And in there, you may not see that much about the Asian emphasis. So Prabowo's approach to international affairs is already apparent in his reduced enthusiasm for ASEAN. He mostly put forward the good neighbor policy, and his active personal engagement even prior to his inauguration as president, rather than bolstering local or global institutions. Prabowo is more focused on calming tensions through proactive leadership involvement. We also experienced that in his Minister of Defense term. So I think after he became president, he will continue to deal with great and significant state in his proactive diplomatic engagement by using this pragmatic approach. But more important than, I think the strong nationalism will influence Indonesian foreign policy under Prabowo Subianto. This is what I can tell. So especially his past experience about battle experience, the military training, makes this not surprising. So Prabowo's sense of nationalism is reflected in his also autobiography, where he emphasizes the need for a leader to put the needs of the state and nation above those of his subordinates and himself last. So the nationalism in international relations actually has a broad effect. First, strengthening national power will be the main emphasis of Indonesia's future foreign policy objectives. And this power will be supported by a rapid economic expansion and a strong military posture. So the upcoming administration is anticipated to uphold the downstreaming of extractive industry strategy in order to boost economic growth. Some Indonesian foreign policy experts claim that Prabowo Subianto has long desired to increase deterrence against external threats. Therefore, the military modernization will be a top priority in his presidency. During the President Jokowi's 10 years office, I would like to share a statistic. Indonesia's defense budget was less than 1% of GDP. Hence, an increase is really essential for this achievement of Indonesian in Indonesian military. The NATO stipulates that a defense budget of at least 2% of GDP is necessary. Moreover, the minimum essential force criterion has not been met by the Indonesian National Armed Forces, TNI. As to the 2020-2024 National Medium-Term Development Plan, the TNI was supposed to be completed in full, but this success level was only 62% in 2021. So how this perspective of Prabowo Subianto will affect and will shape or will construct Turkey-Indonesia relations in the future. But before that, I think we have to look at what has been done so far between Turkey and Indonesia very briefly, and how it evolved, especially after the ministerial, after the Prabowo Subianto became Minister of Defense. So, especially under the until the Joko Widodo, Turkey-Indonesia relations was quite stable. For example, there was a joint declaration of Turkey and Indonesia towards an enhanced partnership in 2011, as well as there was an IT JEPA, which is Turkey-Indonesia comprehensive economic partnership, which set a target of $10 billion in trade volume. But we may say that even though many has accomplished, after the Prabowo Subianto became a defense minister, many things actually has accomplished. In this case, the cooperation between the defense minister of both Indonesia and Turkey, it could be seen that both ministers are willing to do significant exchange and conduct multiple joint projects to strengthen the bilateral defense cooperation and to explore more avenues of cooperation between the two countries. During the era of Minister Prabowo Subianto and Minister Hulusi Akar, the defense minister of Turkey, new agreements on joint projects to develop tanks, missiles, drones, and submarines were reached, and I will explore more about this. Both countries' industry share similar visions on the importance of building a strong national defense industry, which will be the backbone for an agile national defense system. So maybe you can see this is really important part actually. Turkey's achievement in the military technology in recent years is matched with Prabowo Subianto's perspective on foreign policy as well as his nationalism definition. This is actually what make it closer Turkey and Indonesia. About this, Minister Subianto declared that his ministry will be dedicated to promoting the defense diplomacy agenda. This agenda will allow for an upgrade and increase in Indonesia's defense and military capability through joint collaboration, especially through joint projects and technical collaborations. The leadership initiative would also allow for further cooperation to happen at sub-ministerial levels and national defense companies. Many agreement has been accomplished so far. I would like to explore more. For example, Turkey and Indonesia jointly designed Kaplan tank, Tank Harimau, which has been shipped to Indonesia already. On the other side, Minister Subianto has also managed the negotiated agreement with the Minister of Agriculture of Turkey to secure the investments and knowledge sharing on food states construction. Especially in 2024, this partnership level has really reached in really significant place. In August, as a part of efforts to enhance defense collaboration between Indonesia and Turkey, Prabowo Subianto and Haluk Görgün, Secretary of the Turkish Defense Industries Agency, along with the senior executive from 12 Turkish defense companies, attended the signing of several cooperation agreements at the Indonesian Ministry of Defense in Jakarta in this August. I also need to mention that Turkey was one of the very first country of Prabowo Subianto's visiting list after he became a defense minister. Anyway, there are many agreements as well. For example, during this event that I just mentioned, one of the very large defense industry in Turkey, which is called Aselsan, signed strategic agreements with Indonesia covering the SARP remotely controlled stabilized weapon system, radars, artillery fire control system, missile data link, also about air defense system, cruise missiles, and mini-smart munition. There are series of MOUs focused on unmanned surface vehicles, tank modernization, and to establish missile production and maintenance facilities. Also, these developments follows the opening of a branch office of Turkish aerospace industries, which is called TAI in Bandung, in West Java. And TAI will work together with PT Dirgantara Indonesia, PT DI, in the development of the aerospace technology, which could potentially include the joint production of fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters. And so on. There are many. For example, also in recent years, Turkey's FNSS company and Indonesia's PT Pindad have successfully worked together in developing many armed vehicles as well. So what I try to say in here, I would like to conclude my presentation as well. Turkey's recent development in the military technology is highly matched with Prabowo Subianto's foreign policy orientation. So what I'm trying to say, as a part of Asia initiative, what Turkey offers to Indonesia is really important to make Asia initiative sense. If Turkey probably, let's think, if Turkey wouldn't has this significant level in the military advancement, what Turkey will offer to Indonesia, it's also the same for the Indonesian perspective. So if you want to construct this relations between Indonesia and Turkey, one has to look at what an actor can offer to that actor to reach a successful foreign policy or make that foreign policy sense. So that was my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Joshi from India, and in this conference he would like to talk about the future of leadership in the age of AI. And please, Professor Joshi, are you online now? Are you connected with us? Professor Joshi? Okay, the committee, please have, oh, he's not present. Oh, he's, oh, okay. It's, sorry, because our committee confirmed that he has problem, Professor Joshi got problem with the connections. So maybe waiting for him, we can just directly, we can go to Q&A sessions. Please, if you have questions to our speakers, Dr. Boran and Dr. Nasharuddin Matisa, you can please just raise your hand or chat through the Zoom. Okay. Oh, there are some. Oh, yeah. Please, the committee.
Thank you for opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Randy Putra Pratama from the International Relations Program at Universitas Nasional. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation of our speaker in this session. I want to ask a question. to Dato Dr. Nasruddin Matisa. Looking at the current situation, where there is tension in dealing with current conflict, such as the South China Sea, border dispute, and other issues, however, ASEAN must be focusing on becoming a middle power to defend itself from the challenges of the growing military alliance between the two superpower blocs. The most obvious is the emergence of BRICS, BRICS, and AUKUS. ASEAN has become a middle power between the two blocs, and middle power is now a very promising force in the current situation. So my question, what is the future of the ASEAN way and ASEAN centrality in managing the emerging military alliance in the Asia Pacific? And how can ASEAN leverage their power to engage more force to represent the middle power in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. And is there any more questions? Okay, maybe we can just, Mr. Dato.
Thank you very much for the question. You mentioned about BRICS, yeah? Malaysia has just made a new application to the BRICS community to be part of the organization. And I'm not speaking on behalf of the government though, but I do hope that by joining these BRICS, you know, the coalition of the states having interest in this part of the world will be strengthened. Because as we have mentioned also just now, I didn't mention exactly the word, if you look at the establishment of ASEAN, one of the principles that has been agreed upon during the early days of ASEAN is ZOPFAN, Zone of Peace and Neutrality. That peace and neutrality is still very much in action as for now. Yeah, we are having some problems in South China Sea. I'm not saying problem, but we are having some issues in South China Sea. We are also having issues domestically. But the way we handle it as for now, I think that's something that is to be applauded also. Me, not being, has mentioned just now, not representing the government or the politics part of it, but I always believe, yeah, one of the mechanisms that we could promote to ease tension in our region is a soft measure approach. Soft measure approach is by the engagement of people like us. Soft measure approach by the engagement of the academics, institution, civil society, the NGOs. And I think a lot have been done in as far as communicating between members of societies through this mechanism. We just heard a presentation from Turkey just now. Turkey is one of the countries, I think, which has been very successful in promoting their civil societies, in their NGOs. The roles that they have played, you know, in educating the people, in humanitarian work. I remember during the tsunami days, I arrived Aceh, I think about 10 days after the incident happened. You know, despite the fact that I'm from Malaysia, Aceh is only about 1.5 hours flight away. I arrived there on the 10 days, the Turkish are already there. See, they're already there, they're already operating. So the role of the soft measure approach is to make very crucial in contributing to the tense that we are facing currently. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much, Dato Nasruddin Matisa, for the answers. And is there the committee? Could you please confirm? Does oh, there are more. Okay.
Okay, thanks for opportunity. I'm Cecilia from International Studies Program 22. I want to ask to Dato Nasruddin, how does interfaith studies can change perspective for youth people? Because as you can see, interfaith studies is not having a spotlight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The most important component of interfaith study will be respect. From the Islamic perspective, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in Al-Quran, lakum dinukum waliyadin, you in what you believe, in me in what I believe, that is already a very basic principles of respect. There's another verse in the Quran which says, La ikraha fid din. There's no compulsion in religion. I've never heard people being forced into Islam in Indonesia. I've never heard people being forced into Islam in Malaysia because of respect. And the same thing applies to other religions. Forcing people to believe in what you believe is totally alien from the basic teaching of any religion. So, to me, one of the most important components in promoting interreligious dialogue or interreligious studies is learning to respect. If we lose this respect, forcing people to believe in what you believe, that is where tension is going to be created. That is where tension is going to burst. And from that, tension, it could create into extremism. It could create into things beyond the imagination of normal human being, which will result into, dissatisfaction in living together between humans. If God wanted us all to be Muslim, He has already created us all to be Muslim. If God wanted us all to be Christian, of course He can, and He's able to create us all to be Christian. But He created us, nation and tribe. We are created nation and tribe, having different belief, having different background, but to respect each other. So that component, to me, the main most important component is respect, number one. Number two is understanding and knowing each other. Yeah? Knowing is believing. In Malay kan, kalau tidak kenal tidak cinta, gitu kan? So you got to know. You got to know, understand, try to understand, learning about any other religion does not make you be that part of that religion. Because to me, knowledge about others is very important in the context of, promoting that peaceful coexistence.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dato. Let's give another round of applause for Dato. And the committee of Professor Joshi. Oh, okay. So, unfortunately, Professor N.K. Joshi could not join us today. So, before we end our sessions today, I want to make sure again, is there any questions? More questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Dato, for your time, for your insights, and also to Dr. Baron. Hi, are you still there? Dr. Baron from Turkey? Okay, maybe he already left, but before that, I want to thank him too for giving such insightful presentations about relations between Indonesia and Turkey. And thank you. I would like to close this session and Thank you very much for the committee for asking me to join as the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Atina Iza, for leading us through this insightful session. And we also want to extend our gratitude to all of our esteemed speakers. And now we will have a photo session together with the moderators and also our esteemed speakers. And also we want to give the token of appreciation. So we would like to invite to all the esteemed speaker and also moderator into the stage. And we would like to invite Dr. Robi Nurhadi, PhD, and Dr. Hendra Maujana Saragi, SIP, MSE, to give the token of appreciation to all of our esteemed speakers. Please come forward to the stage. Okay, the certification will be given by Mem Dodi Shahbudin to Dato Dr. Nasruddin Mat Isa as a former Member of Parliament Malaysia. And the second is the plaque is given by Dr. Hendra Maujana Saragi, SIP, MSE. Okay, everyone, please look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Presentations of paper presentations. Stay tuned with us and we will see you very soon.
Thank you.
UNAS TV hadir sebagai televisi kampus yang menghadirkan program menarik dan informatif. Dalam program Era Berita dan UNAS Update, UNAS TV menyajikan liputan aktual yang mengulas beragam peristiwa terkini, rekomendasi tempat rekreasi, serta informasi seputar kampus Universitas Nasional. UNAS TV juga menawarkan berbagai program hiburan, mulai dari kuliner, seni, tokoh inspiratif, hingga segmentasi menarik lainnya. Tepat pada tahun 2023, UNAS TV memberikan kesempatan bagi siswa kelas menengah dan mahasiswa untuk menuangkan bakat mereka di bidang televisi melalui kompetisi skala internasional dalam program UNAS TV Present. Tidak berhenti di sini, kedepannya UNAS TV akan terus menciptakan program menarik, inovatif, serta informatif. Dengan semangat evolving beyond creativity, UNAS TV siap melangkah lebih jauh lagi.
save the day. Yes, you save the day.
The directions they provide by our event committee to our options on breakout room. Be my guest. Blah, 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 blah. And welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone. We're glad to have you back in. And now we're going to look at the final keynote sessions of the day, emerging regional frameworks and role of nationalist movement in policy making. We would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Yuda Akbar Pali, SIP LLM, to lead this important discussion. And once again, Mr. Yuda, you've got the floor. We'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Yuda Akbar Pali, SIP LLM, for his excellent work moderating this final.
Emerging role in global leadership.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first international conference on
Ini maksudnya ni macam kena minta. Sekejap. Kita tahu sikit.
Apa boleh?
Dia kena minta izin dulu tu.
Saya bersama.
Sekejap, nanti.
Tak boleh macam mana kita?
Kau tak boleh bukan cakap dengan orang tu kata approve yang email saya. Kena approve kan email saya. Maybe sebab orang punya email sebab bukan
Tak bagi email pun. Tak bagi email pun dia bagi tu je lah. Dia bagi aku tu tadi. Sama macam awak dia bagi. Kan dia kata semua untuk partisipan sama.
Kita tengok macam mana. Susah lah.
Ni dia kata ni nampak ni. Dia kata ni. Because it's still time for lunch and even we start 4. Dia kata actually it's all speaker and participant. Sama je link dia. Saya pun belum start lagi. Betul. Saya kena ibu kan kalau saya ni.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad to have you back in, and now we're going to look to the final keynote session of the day, Emerging Regional Frameworks and the Role of Nationalist Movement in Policy Making. We would like to invite our moderator for our last session, Mr. Yuda Akbar Pali, SIP LLM, to lead this important discussion. So once again, Mr. Yuda, you've got the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, my dear friends and audience. Good afternoon. I cannot hear you. Good afternoon. Yeah, it's a bit challenging, you know, when you get back to the sessions after lunch. It's usually, you know, it's pretty challenging because after lunch usually we get a bit tired. But thank you so much for being here again with us. So we're going to have the final sessions of the international conference today. So my name is Yuda Akbar Pali, and I'm gonna be your moderator today. So if you see these today's or the morning sessions, we had two sessions already, and we were so fortunate because we were having quite diverse of the speakers with different insights and also arguments experienced. So if you remember, we talked about one of the presenters was the businessman. So he delivered a lot of information about the doing business in Indonesia and some of the countries. So some red tape bureaucracy issues, some political impacted business issues delivered there. And it's also interesting to see how he elaborated also about the Indonesian case in terms of we have big GDP, but unfortunately in terms of the economic equity is a challenge. So and then we also listened to some of the speakers, two speakers at least, spoke about ASEAN, so how Indonesian role in ASEAN, how the Asian community, the solidarity, and also the case of Myanmar was all there. And in addition, we also listened to the former ambassador, Professor Krishnandi, Yudi Krishnandi, was speaking about Ukraine, how Indonesians' business and Ukraine should be developed in terms of how the investment exchange and so forth. So we're going to have another session. This is going to be a final session, which is also interesting because we're going to listen to a number of speakers that would be focusing some topics that quite different from one to another. So we're going to have a speaker speaking about the role of Thailand in terms of the Belt and Road initiatives of the Chinese government, and also a more social front in terms of how the public policy decision making developed and the process in terms of some of the public issues like educations and then language and so forth. So without further ado, let me introduce committee. The committee, would you please show the because all of our presenters, all the speakers right now, they are online.
Hello, can you hear me now? How about my voice? How about my voice? Hello, selamat petang from Malaysia.
Itu pokoknya kalau perawat aja.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. La haula wa la quwwata illa billah ya aliyyil azim. First of all, I would like to say thank you and selamat petang to the moderator and of course to the chairman this conference, Dr. Ruby and team Universitas Nasional, and to all the speakers before me. I'd like to say you are all very awesome. And of course to the audience, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to be honored to be here to share with you about my topic today. And I believe, if not mistaken, I'm the last speaker for today. And I think we have enough energy till the end of the event. All right. Now my topic is about how nationalist movement like Pakistan Scheme Institute shape public discourse and policy, making education, language, and economy equity in the context of global issue. As you know, after pandemic, everything's lifestyle a little bit changed almost. And the same thing about the education. Anyway, Malaysia is on a good track. Well, if you notice, our economy is growing up very well in a good track. Even talking about the currency, ringgit, nowadays is very strong. So that we believe Malaysian economy is still good for the investment and education. And as you know, nowadays a lot of other countries invest a lot of education. They build up the university and some college in Malaysia and pairing with the private university and college in Malaysia. So that education in Malaysia is going well and in the good track in the world standard, of course. Right. I would like to go for another my slide. In talking about the definition of nationalist movement aims at extending national identified culture and interests of nations. In terms of that, understanding how national organizations like Percussion Skill Institute contribute to the public discourse and policy making in education, language and economy, equality, as well as that relevant or global issue. Now everybody talking about the revolution industry, RI, and how the business established to to survive the in the economy and a life in education itself. So in percussion skill, we provide the work standards for our students so that we can facing in the field when they come up with a university or college, they can working in the real life of the working period. Okay, that's we talking about the language. So Malaysia, the Bahasa Melayu is our first language, but in the same time, English is our optional and fulfill all the course in Malaysia college and of course in percussion. So that in the Bahasa Melayu, we not we still use the Bahasa Melayu and English is our optional, and then can make it Bahasa is not an issue for people to study in Malaysia itself. Right. Talking about the role of education, using a national curriculum to study culture, identify and local language, percussion education advocates for a national education system that prioritizes the Malay language as the main area of the instructions. Push for the policies supporting education for Bumiputra community, skill and education. Now we are the government always give a really full support the Bumiputra community for the skill and for education itself. In fact, we are come up with the Tibet technology education so that the Bumiputra in Malaysia, they're having a place in education in the landscape of the Malaysian education itself. So nobody left behind because the government very focused to make sure the next generation fulfill everything about the education, balancing the economy and politics, of course, and the end of the day, these generations, they will be facing and ready to work not even in the local and also can working in the other country. So the standard is there, and Malaysian government really support and pump a lot of capital to make sure, especially about the skill, to a student can fulfill whatever they're working in everywhere. Not even in Malaysia, they also can work in other countries. In the Skill Institute also, we develop a training program supporting the economy independent through the local skill. Shape a skiller generation that value the national expert when very competitive globally. So in the Skill Institute, we believe our product can really is balancing to make sure all the students can work well if they join in the job itself. Now we're talking about the language. Of course, we're talking about language. Bahasa Malaysia is our official language in Malaysia. So there is That is the point that I want to share with you. Language is a symbol of culture, strength, and sovereignty. And implement training in the national language to support local skill and culture. And of course, demand from strict enforcement of Malay as the official and dominant language in education and government institutes. Of course, there is a side effect of foreigners, language that may weaken national identities. Even when we use the Malaysian Bahasa Melayu, Bahasa Malaysia in our medium language in our college or university, but we also use the English and other language so that there is no issue for them to study in Malaysia. And the skill is also doing the right thing and doing the same thing. So we're not doing the different thing. We're not singing in other melody. So everything in the same way, everything in the track. And the quality local language in humor is also development program. So in the student skill, so we develop the skill in terms of the experience and also to make sure all the students can facing the real world when they are working time. So we are believe we not even give them the knowledge, we also give them some experience because we work hand to hand with the industry. Let's see our skill, our institute skill. We working in the maybe in the tourism, maybe in the F&B, local, whatever. So we work in the industry so that we know what exactly our subject, what exactly our medium fulfill the life. So that means we want the real career for the student so that our module, whatever we give in the class, is relevant to the life. So we are what we want industry. And then the top one is the other language is we want to take the skill can monitor and tutor in the future.
Gelap nggak kalau di sini? Aku kan gelap ya kalau di sini.
Sudah.
Iya, lampunya nggak dibenerin tahu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ya, aku takut kalau tidur gelap banget.
Ini saya, sorry, moderator.
Takut tuh.
Hello. So what is that? This is that. So can I continue my slide? Sorry. It's okay. It's a number for the online students. I'm okay.
Yeah.
So can I continue? I think so. Okay, so my slide is talking about connection to the global issue. The challenge of the globalization, which we can identify local culture and escapist economy inequality. Strengthen local identity, promote economic protection from the Skill Institute provides skill-based training for the global market competitive without losing cultural roots. Meaning, in Malaysia, in Perkasa, we are having a local culture, but in time, we share the culture for other countries so that we're not doing the different thing. We are trying to reach out any culture that's positive, so we can blend in the Malaysia culture itself. We're talking about global education. Importance of balancing global openness and the pressure of national culture education system. So education system in Malaysia is always we are very friendly module in the skill our institute to make sure our students still be proud to the Malaysian culture and in same accepted the other culture which is can make the more beautiful. So that means we're not against any culture. We welcome the good things about the other country, the other culture that can be worked together in our syllabus and our culture itself. So I believe we are giving the real life for our student, not even the material, the knowledge, but the most important is about we share the culture in other country, so that when they go to come up, when our students come up in the real field, in the real working place, not even in Malaysia, maybe they work in other place, maybe Indonesia itself, or maybe the Asian country, maybe the Europe, maybe the country in the Arabic side. So they know they can bring the good thing about the Malaysian culture, and also can accept what the good things about the other culture in the world. So I believe we are still sing the same song, so to make it a variety about the culture. So the culture is not the issue, because our students in skill and students always believe the more real things. So we go for the next slide. So can we go? All right. So impact of the public policy, education policy, emphasizing a nationalist education system, more local culture value. Language policy, stricter regulation regarding use of national language in education, business and public administration. And talking about the economic policy, implementation of automation policy and special economic program to strengthen indigenous and local economy. So we always looking when we believe when the economy is stable, so that our student will be more focused in their study. So in our government give some subsidy and some advantage, so that our students can study with a peace of mind. Now we're talking about the challenge and criticism. Globalization challenge, the global flow that introduces external influence, which may weaken the position of local culture and economies. Criticism. Some nationalist policies are seen as exclusive, lamenting diversity and not always against the social justice and inclusion principle. So in skill institute, we believe every unit is an advantage for us to know each other. And then our institute keep very friendly, and then we are welcome to any student, not even in Malaysia itself, in other countries also. And we always work hand to hand and open mind to make it our syllabus, our system, our education in global standards. We believe when we believe this conference can make a chance for our student itself to know the other issue, which is that before me, the other speaker also give some ideas, some knowledge that we believe we can bring back to Malaysia, and we can study, and we think this a very good opportunity to make it everything successful in life. So in this conference, I think can change our landscape, our mindset about to sharing each other, and it's more challenging, and then we are more confident to facing whatever the challenge in the world, of course. Okay, then we go to conclusions. Nationalist movement like Percussion and Skill play a critical role in shaping cause and of education, language, and economic equality. The relevance to global issue lies in how the organization manage globalization, what preserve and in balancing openness, global work, and national identify the key success of this movement. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. I think yeah. Yeah. I think my thought is already finished. So I would like to I give back to my moderator. Oh my God.
When you are uh, limiting, when you are limiting or you are rejecting the foreign influences, do you think you can do that in this globalized world? Because we have social media everywhere, we have all of the platforms that we have everywhere. So even when you mention a word right now, just few seconds, and people in other parts of the globes would be able to have it, would be able to receive it. So how could you a bit elaborate on that? How does Perkasa do that?
Okay, I'm really the question about you, sir. Actually, I would say our point is so our we are very we are very the culture is not is very simple. My point is very simple. Okay. Can I say again? Can I repeat? This better. Okay. So, thank you for the lovely questions now. Is it clear? I already expect that person. Yeah, I really didn't expect that the question come from you. I focus on my just now, I believe. My point is, we not totally reject the 100% whatever the culture is not, is the culture against our culture, Malaysia. So we really want, we want but in the culture, the effect to our culture. So we are very big on that. And the point is, if you are in Malaysia, you are very the culture of the other country. Hello? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So my point is very simple. So we not 100% rejected the culture, but we are very sensitive. But in the same time, we always make sure our culture always comes first.
Is very powerful, and thank you again. Is Professor Hamdan still with us?
Still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Still with us or not?
Okay. Professor Hamdan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you see me?
All right. Any final thoughts before we end the conversations?
Come again? Come again? Sorry. You like you. All right. So my last word is may the bond stay forever. May the bond stay forever. Inshallah. Sure. Sure. Thank you so much. Waalaikumsalam. Thank you. So,
Well, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Yuda Akbar Pali. We'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Yuda Akbar Pali, SIP LLM, for his excellent work moderating this final keynote session. And we'd also like to thank our esteemed speaker for their thought-provoking and engaging presentation. Now we would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Yuda Akbar Pali, and also our esteemed speaker to have a photo session together. So please, kindly join us in this photo session. And also we would like to give a certificate for Dr. Nur Hamdan. Okay, here we go. Give a big applause, everyone.
You're done?
Yeah. Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we were very thankful and tuning with us. Before we end off our sessions and international conference today, we will invite the paper presentations participant to join us in front to take a group photo session. So be my guests, everyone. The paper presentations participant can join us in front to take a group photo session together, please. So all of the participants on the group parallel sessions of paper presentations, please heading to the front to take a group photo together. Okay, please look at the camera once again. Give your big smile to the camera. 3, 2, 1. Please, everyone, clap your hands for our paper presentations. People here, thank you, everyone, and have a good. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may be seated. We would like to express our gratitude to Mr. Yuda Akbar, Pali SIPLLM, and Ms. Atina Iza as Hoop in Master of Science for providing a comprehensive overview of the key insight from today's discussions and for their expert guidance throughout the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we approach the conclusions of this conference. We would like to express once again to our sincerest gratitude to our honored speakers, moderator, participant, for their valuable contributions, which all collectively made this event resounding success. Your contribution have significantly enhanced our comprehensive of Asia emerging role in global leadership.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first international conference has to end, and we would like to thank to all the speakers and also participants and all the committees for their hard working, so we can conduct this event with the success.
We are optimistic that today's discussion have offered some constructive insight into a potential for Asia play a greater role in global leadership in the future.
And we would like to extend our gratitude once more to the media and partners for their invaluable assistance for Forum Komunikasi Mahasiswa Hubungan Internasional se-Indonesia or FKMHII, Media Event Group, Eventnya Mahasiswa, Himpunan Mahasiswa Informatika, Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Ilmu Politik, Komunitas Peradilan Semu, Himpunan Mahasiswa Hukum, Himpunan Mahasiswa Hubungan Internasional Paramadina, Himpunan Mahasiswa Sosiologi, dan Himpunan Mahasiswa Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia.
Thank you once again. Please give a round to our media and partners. On behalf of the Universitas Nasional, we would like to thank all the honorable ladies and gentlemen and all the distinguished guests who have attended today's event. We would like to say a big thank you to all fantastic committee members who are on duty today. We would like to offer our sincere apologies for any errors that may have occurred at today's event. Once again, thank you for all your attention. I'm Gabriela Kezia.
And Nilu Pinkana Malia, we throw for your presence.
Good afternoon, have a wonderful day, and see you at the International Conference on Global Issues next year. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, salam kebajikan, Om Santi Santi Om, Rahayu, Rahayu, and see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone.